Good morning. The Pardon Board is called to order. It is 9:05 a.m. Today is Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. Would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Renata,
Here.
Ms. Davidson,
Here.
Mr. Prater,
Here.
Mr. Timbers,
Here.
Mr. Freeman.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first, under regular business, our first item is review and approval of the minutes from our Tuesday, October 28th regular meeting. Those are included in your packet. Are there any corrections?
No.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, a second by Mr. Freeman. Is there any objection? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. Thank you. Our next item under regular business is consideration of applications for clemency and pardon. And the first item we will consider this morning is the case of Dustin Moss. Mr. Moss, his DOC number is 720-937. He's requesting a pardon with restoration of firearms. He was sentenced in Bossier Parish for indecent behavior with a juvenile. He is represented by counsel. That's Ms. Catherine Gilmer. Ms. Gilmer has requested a continuance because she is in court today on a murder trial and cannot be present this morning. So based on that request, I'll entertain a motion for continuance.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Freeman, second by Mr. Tillis to continue the matter of Dustin Moss. Is there any objection? Hearing none, that matter is continued. We do have with us for that case, we have Ms. Abigail Dean and Ms. Gina Bergeron, who have an interest in that case and have traveled quite some distance this morning for that case. And we would like to take their testimony this morning so we can make it part of the permanent record, so that at such time as the case comes back up before us, we'll have that testimony. So Ms. Bergeron and Ms. Dean, thanks for being here this morning. I'll let you two decide who would like to go first to tell us what you'd like us to say about your comments. Yeah, you can just stand at the podium.
Thank you for allowing.
You're Abigail?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm speaking from a deeply personal place, and I ask that you consider not only the facts of this case, but also the lasting impact of his actions. Most of what I will say today are things mentioned in my letter as well. However, I feel the need to reiterate and stress the importance of behind why I feel the certain way that I do. As to why I strongly believe that a pardon should not be granted for Mr. Moss. I've always been a very trusting person. I've always wanted to see the good in people. At 14 years old, that trust made me vulnerable. It led me to believe words and promises that were not genuine. At such a critical age, when placing that trust into someone who I expected to help me and to lead, instead took advantage of my innocence. The impact of that trust being exploited has stayed with me throughout my life. I've always had a deep respect for law and justice, and I've devoted my life to pursuing a career in the legal field because I believe in fairness and doing what's right. People who intentionally harm others, especially children, violate everything that justice stands for. While we all make mistakes in life, what happened to me went far beyond that. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a lapse in judgment. It was a grown man deliberately targeting a young, impressionable girl who was still trying to figure out who she was. He acted purely for his own selfish gain, without any consideration for the damage it would cause me. I've also experienced the pain of this kind of crime within my own family. As I've mentioned in my letter, my uncle is currently serving 30 years in prison for the sexual battery of his own stepdaughter. I was able to recognize the signs in his case, signs that at the time I didn't fully understand what happened to me. My uncle robbed a young girl of her innocence, something that Mr. Moss himself has done as well. That is something no child should ever have taken from them. That is a violation I believe can never truly be excused or forgotten. I've recently gained my title as a mother to my beautiful 4-month-old son. And becoming a mother has opened my eyes to a kind of love and protection I never fully understood until now. Now I can finally grasp why my own mother reacted the way she did. The fear, the anger, the protective instinct that comes from a place of pure love. When I look at my son, so innocent and unaware of the world around him, I can't fathom the thought of someone ever taking advantage of his vulnerability. The idea of coming during even a fraction of what I've experienced breaks me in ways I never knew possible. There are things that still haunt me, things I can't fully understand even to this day. One of my deepest vulnerabilities was the loss of my father when I was 9 years old, and he knew that. He claimed that my father had said when I became of age that he wanted us to be together. A pure manipulation tactic. Hearing that, having someone exploit the memory of my dad in that way is shocking, confusing, and cruel. What makes this even harder to understand is that Mr. Moss has children of his own, including a daughter. I often ask myself, if someone did this to her, how would he react? Would he still believe a person like that deserved leniency, grace, or a second chance? If not, then why would he be okay doing it to someone else's child, especially a child whose parents trusted him as family? Throughout the investigation, I learned that it wasn't just me. He also possessed inappropriate photos of other girls, showing a pattern of behavior that was intentional and dangerous, not just a mistake. While some people may argue that I should have known better, and for a long time I believed that myself, the truth is I was still learning. I was adjusting into a new phase of life that did not deserve to be taken away in the manner it did. I blamed myself for years, believing I allowed this to happen. But now with maturity and clarity, I understand that it was never solely my fault. Mr. Moss knew exactly what he was doing and exactly why he was doing it. The part that I hate the most is that his actions did not stop with me. They rippled into the lives of the people that close to me, who have had to help pick up the pieces of something that should have never happened. It damaged the closest relationship I had. After my father passed, my mom and I were inseparable. She was my best friend, but during all this, I began seeing her as the enemy instead of the loving mother who was only trying to protect me. And he stood back while that happened. He let a child turn against her mother, and for a long time, our bond was fractured in a way it never should have been. Those are moments we'll never get back. He has shown no remorse. Meanwhile, I'm left to live with the aftermath forever. Neither my mother nor I have ever received an apology. The pain he caused reached far beyond pain. It tore apart a grieving family and damage that just does not disappear. So today, I'm asking you, not just for my own pain, but for every child who cannot speak for themselves, and for those who have been targeted by someone who they believe they can trust, please do not grant Mr. Moss a pardon. What he did was intentional, manipulative, and deeply harmful. His action has lifelong consequences, and accountability should reflect that. I'm asking you to stand with me, honor the truth, and deny this pardon so that no other child has to endure what I went through. Thank you for listening to me today and considering.
Thank you. Ms. Basham?
Morning.
Hmm.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm here because Dustin Moss took child incest. He groomed her, he manipulated her. He asked for forgiveness. He was 14 years old, he was 29, 15-year gap there. He knows better. He could have stopped. He could have halted it and said, this isn't right. He didn't. Told her what she wanted to hear. She reacted to everything. She thought that that was what she was supposed to do. She fell in love with him. He didn't fall in love with her. He fell in love with the feeling, the lust. Makes me sick. It makes me absolutely sick. Like I said, he knew better. He knew that, that was wrong. His child of his own. I mean, what would he do, if they did that to his child? clemency. That's funny. It's real funny. He didn't even go to jail. He went to jail when he was initially arrested. Served less than a day, I think. He bailed out. It was a pretty high bail. He came up with that bail real quick. I believe it was his wife's family that bailed him out. Which his wife, I ran into her after he bailed out and she told me that my daughter was crazy. My 14-year-old daughter was crazy, but yet her 29-year-old husband with 2 kids was the one grooming her and preying on her. I don't get it. How is she crazy? She believed everything he told her. It really, it hurt our family a lot. It tore her and I apart. She thought I was the enemy. She thought I was a horrible person for taking up for her. For trying to get justice served. I don't know, I don't think he needs clemency. He didn't serve time, he hadn't apologized, he showed no remorse. I just don't feel that he needs it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you both for being here this morning. I'm sorry we continued the case, but we'll be in touch when we put it back on the docket. But your testimony today will be made part of the permit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is convening. We're now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. With the staff there at Angola, please introduce yourself for the record.
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo.
Reginald Lamoureux, classification.
Carmen Shipley, offender records.
All right, thank you. And our first case there this morning is Mr. Celestine. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, DWCC number.
I'm Ricky Celestine,
What's your number? DOC number.
174109.
All right. Let me acknowledge we have some folks in here with us in Baton Rouge. In the room with us, we have Lisa Celestine, Sandra Lewis, your sisters. You
Yes,
have
ma'am.
brothers Willie Celestine Sr., Oliver Celestine, Yvonne Celestine, and also we have Lelia. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, Celestine.
Yes, ma'am.
And for those who want to speak on your behalf, we'll call on. But first, Mr. Celestine, let me read some identifying information into the record. I'm going to ask you to verify if it's true or not, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater because your case has been assigned to him. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Celestine, you are here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Evangeline Parish in December of 1990. For second-degree kidnapping, you received a 40-year sentence. And for first-degree rape, you received a life sentence. And those sentences are running concurrently. Is that information correct, Mr. Celestine?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prater.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have a number of people here at headquarters, at the DOC headquarters that are going to want to speak on your behalf. 3 of them will allow to speak in a little bit, and we'll go over that in just a minute. But first off, I want to hear what you have to say, and then I'm going to ask the warden there to tell us what kind of inmate that you have been since you've been incarcerated for quite some time. But begin with Ricky. Tell us what happened. Why are you there? You know, I don't need a lot of detail, but tell us why you're there and tell us what you've done to show this board that you're all of the length of time that you've been there, you've done something productive in changing the way that your thought process is and your actions.
Well, I'm here on the first-degree rape and second-degree kidnapping. And we was just riding around and seen the girl that picked up, put in the truck and continue on with sex acts on her, you know. And I know I should have did. I'm sorry about that. That wasn't my intention to do anything like that, but I was drinking a little bit, and that's all I could really explain myself to about it.
Now you say well, we'll get into some questions in a little bit. So some folks are not used to talking in public like this, and so I understand it's difficult to talk to strangers, but you gotta help me a little bit here. Tell me what you've done since you've been there that's going to help us make a decision and in other words, try to sell us on the fact that you are a changed individual.
Oh, that yes, I am. I've been to numerous classes, and I just only had one job here since I've been here. I've been here for 30 years, 35 years. I've been working at the silk screen for 30 years. And people ask me to help them do things. I help them out. I mean, it's not very much you can do, but I've been doing the thing that I could to make myself better than what I am now, was before, you know. And see, I've been going I did a lot of classes. I did the 100 hours, the risk management. Uh, which one it is? Substance abuse. Did all these classes here.
Okay, got any sex offender?
Yes,
Treat-
I went to, that been, when I first got here, 35 years ago, I went to a class, I think at Camp C. I did AIDS class.
Okay. What about victim classes? Have you been to any about victim impact classes or anything like that?
No, sir.
What do you think about the impact it had on this young lady?
Well, I know it hurted her. I hurt her and her family. I realized I did that, which I shouldn't have. But I know it had an impact on her life. And I'm sorry about it.
Okay. All right, let's talk to the warden a little bit. Warden?
Oh, good morning. So Mr. Celestine did take sex offender treatment. He did 4 phases of that and 100-hour pre-release, and he also had anger management. I do not see in his folder where he had taken substance abuse treatment, and he needs victim awareness. He needs to do an accountability letter, and he needs the class.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate that, Warden. Let's move on to the folks that are here. And I want to welcome y'all to headquarters here, Department of Corrections. When you go to speak, if you would, go to the podium. And we'll give each one of you 2 or 3 minutes to tell us what you think about this request. And we've got 3 people that are going to speak, 2 sisters and a brother. And then we have a brother, a niece, and another brother that are either Zooming or here. So out of the 2 sisters, Lisa Celestine and Sandra Lewis are the 2 sisters, and the brother is Oliver Celestine. And so y'all decide, if you would, which wants to go first and approach the podium there and speak loudly to us. And then the next one will come up and introduce themselves.
Thanks, you guys.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Oliver Celestine. I'm Ricky Celestine's brother. Ricky and I grew up together. You know, we're very close. And I love him very dearly. And I visited him a lot in prison since he's been there. He's to me, he's shown a lot of change. He's shown a lot of growth. I'm here today to let you guys know that if his parole is granted, you do have a place to stay. You do have a job, because I own a construction company. So you do have a job. And we're also getting together a restaurant, because I noticed while he was in there, he liked to cook. So we opened a restaurant, also a little barbecue place that we're gonna probably set him up in. If we want to get up and running, but until then, I have a construction company that he can work in.
Okay.
So, and I would really appreciate it if we would have this opportunity to be a productive member of society.
Sound like a very supportive brother. Thank you for those comments, and we will certainly consider them. Okay, either one of the sisters that'd like to be next, please introduce yourselves and talk to us. Good morning.
My name is Sandra Celestine Lewis, and I'm Rita Celestine's sister. I'm here to speak from my heart. and to ask that you keep considering my brother a second chance of life out of prison. My brother has always been a good, kind, and caring person. Even before his incarceration, he had a big heart and would go out of his way to help others. I know and see that he has learned from his mistakes and experiences and has truly changed his life. Over the years, I have seen tremendous growth in him. He has taken full responsibility for his past and worked hard to better himself in every way possible. He spends his time focusing on positive things, reflecting, prayer, and trying to help others avoid the mistakes he once made. When we speak to each other, I can feel the sincerity in his words and the maturity in his outlook on life. Through faith, reflection, and growth, he has become a stronger and wiser man. He speaks with honesty and humility, and I can feel in my heart that he's ready to move forward and live the way God intends him to live, righteously. Today, Ricky is focused on peace, family, and living with purpose. He talks often about wanting to work, be there for his family, and give back in a positive way. I believe he means it with all his heart. If granted parole, he will have the full love and support of our family. He will have a stable home, and I will personally help him with everything he needs to get back on his feet, from finding work and transportation to providing daily encouragement and prayer. He will not walk this path alone, as our family is ready to stand beside every step of the way. We pray for his healing and his future, and I truly believe that God has been working in his life. If given the opportunity, I know he will make the most of it and never take it for granted. Our family loves him dearly and will continue to surround him with encouragement and accountability. We believe he has learned from his mistakes and he is ready to live a responsible and productive life. As I stand before you today, I gracefully ask that you please consider giving my brother Ricky a second chance to prove himself. I know that if released, he will work hard every day to make the most of his opportunity and take his freedom from him. Never take his freedom from him. I thank you for listening to me today and for the compassion and care you show in making difficult decisions. May God bless you all.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that, those comments.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Lisa Celestine. I'm the sister of Ricky Celestine. First, I want to thank you all for allowing me this opportunity, allowing us this opportunity to speak on behalf of Ricky, who has been incarcerated for 35 years. I stand before you not just as a sibling, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand his journey, his struggles, and the profound transformation during his time while incarcerated. 35 years ago, my brother made choices that led him here. He acknowledges this deeply, and those choices have shaped his life and life of his family, you may see, forever. However, what I want to emphasize today is not just his past, but the remarkable personal growth and change he has demonstrated during his incarceration. We know that Ricky is prepared to return to society. We understand that. Over the years, Ricky has embraced every opportunity for rehabilitation that he could find, and he has participated in social programs and educational programs and has diligently engaged in other trainings that have equipped him with valuable skills. These experiences have not only prepared him for the workforce or entrepreneurship, but also instilled within him a sense of pride and purpose through therapy and a lot of self-reflection. We have a pastor, one of our brothers is a pastor, and he did a lot of self-reflection with him. My brother has confronted the pain and the consequences of his actions. He has shown remarkable insight into his past and has committed himself to becoming a better person.
Both our parents prayed consistently for Ricky. And they did have the opportunity to see his transformation before their death. His transformation isn't their influence power. He has become a source of support to his fellow inmates, mentoring those who walk the path that he once did, illustrating his commitment to helping others avoid some mistakes. The family that awaits him outside, family you see here on Zoom and others at home on prayer, we are ready for him to come home. And we are ready to support him wholeheartedly as he reintegrates into society. We have built a solid support system, ensuring that he will have the guidance and the encouragement necessary to succeed. We will help him find meaningful employment, as my brothers and sister has stated, so that he can contribute positively to our community, rather just being defined by his past. Releasing Ricky is not merely about granting him freedom. It is about giving him the chance to fulfill his potential as a productive and valuable member of society, as we know he used to be. It is about allowing a man who has changed for the better, who understands the value of life and the mistakes of his past, to live that truth outside of the walls. As a family member, we believe in second chances. We understand that the road abroad ahead will not be without challenges. We know that, but we are prepared to walk the path with him, providing the emotional mentoring, the emotional support, the mentorship, and the love. With the tools that he has acquired and the lessons that he has learned, we are very confident that he will navigate this journey successfully. In closing, I urge you to consider Ricky Celestine with compassion and understanding. His time in prison, his 35 years, has not been in vain. He has transformed into a man ready to embrace life, contribute positively to society, and rekindle the bonds with those he loves. I thank you for your time and for considering my brother and family's requests.
Okay, thank you very much. You're a very supportive family, and thank you for coming here to talk to us. Now, Ricky, I'm hurt. If you could have said a partial thing of anything that your two sisters and brothers said, it would have helped me a lot. You're not, I want you to open up and talk to me and tell me what you've done and what you're thinking, and in other words, convince me, act like it's a, you know what a job interview is, act like it's a job interview and you're trying to talk me into hiring you.
Okay, yes, I heard everything. I have been productive in here. I mean, it's not on paper or anything, but I'd be talking to guys around here. I talk to plenty of people. I try to do my best here. I've been productive. I've been, I took classes and all that, and I've been working to silkscreen for 30 years. I didn't go take no trade or nothing because I've been there for 30 years at silkscreen. And like they say, I want to get out there and be productive. I want to do things for other people out there that I hadn't had a chance to do. Then my brother, he got his own place, job. I want to work with him. I'll go work with him. We got a barbecue stand out there. I do know how to cook, so I'm gonna go and start that off too. So that way, my nieces and nephews gonna have a place to work instead of be out there on the streets and running around. That's all. I mean, I'm not a big talker. I mean,
Yes, sir, I get that.
It's not.
I get that. That's why I'm trying to help you so much, Ricky. Warden, let me ask you something again, if you don't mind. Could you give me a little more insight into, he's been there a long time doing the same thing and fairly discipline free, I know for 10 years. What kind of fella is he? Give us a little bit of help here.
He's very polite, he causes no trouble. He's been working at the Steel Screen, and while working at the Steel Screen plant, he has got numerous awards from Prison Enterprise for his work production. So he's actually been a very, I guess you could say, model inmate here since he's been here. Besides the classes that he needs, other than that, he's been doing pretty good.
He the kind of fellow that y'all trust a lot to, I know his work product is good, but say he's a pretty good inmate.
Yes, he's a minimum B trustee. So
Okay.
he's a trustee, he gets to go out on the compound and work at the Steel Screen and stuff like that with little or no supervision. The only thing with a minimum B trustee is that he can't go outside the gated areas, but other than that, he's free to roam anywhere else in the prison.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna ask my board members, I'm gonna throw out a lifeline to some of them to kind of help me in this and ask some questions, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, Ricky. We've heard you say that you've taken programs, a lot of programs, and what I see is the sex offender treatment, the 100 hours, and I think an anger management. And you indicated earlier that you took some early on when you first got there that we may not see a record of. So tell me, I'm interested in knowing what's the most important thing you learned in that sex offender treatment class. You took that over a long period of time. There's 4 phases and you did them all.
Yes, ma'am.
Learn about what you did. What did you learn about you and then what did you learn about what you did?
Well, we did some tests about the sex offenders, like how hurting people and can't explain myself like I want to.
I know.
Hmm.
Did you learn anything?
Ma'am?
You did get something out of it?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did. I mean, this thing I did is not right. It's not right. I took the class and it showed me things that we shouldn't have did, and what's wrong with everything that I did. I shouldn't have. And I mean, man.
Yeah, okay. Well, so I don't see, what grade did you finish in school?
I quit in eighth grade.
Why'd you quit?
Well, I had trouble in learning how to read and write.
Right. So since you've been in Angola, have you taken any, reading classes or anything like that?
Well, I signed up for it at the time, but at the time they wouldn't let us in at the time. And then I just went too late on doing it. I had guys in there helping me out to try to learn how to read and write. It just, I don't know, I just couldn't.
Yeah. So what's your job at the silk screen shop?
Well, I make all sorts of signs, decals. I do special projects for them, do shirts, do license plates. I do a variety of things.
Yeah. You probably know how to do it all over there. You've been there that long.
Yes, ma'am. I basically do it all. The only thing I don't do is get on the computers and stuff. But anything, hands-on, I could do it.
Ms. Renata,
Yes.
on October 29th of 2010, they entered him in the Cajun records as having refused to take any academic testing or education classes. So I guess because of his lack of knowledge of reading and writing, he refused to even get in classes.
Right. All right, so I have one more question, Ricky. I see in your record, that, and you mentioned, I think that you've been drinking or something. I see an arrest. I think I saw an arrest for marijuana. Have you, been exposed to any substance abuse classes?
But I was taking it before I come on the board, they put me in the class. Monday was my last day. Monday coming is my last day. I got the letter. I got a letter from the teacher
Okay,
showing me
good.
that Monday is the last day.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, Rick, let me ask you something. Who is Georgia May Joseph?
Georgia May Joe.
Joseph. Do you know it?
No, sir, sure don't.
Okay, because it shows when you were arrested to commit forcible rape of Georgia May Joseph, aggravated rape of Ruby Desatel. But then I don't see Georgia May Joseph anywhere else in the arrest report. So you don't know what Georgia May
No,
Joe.
sir.
Okay. And then one other question. Did the victim tell you she was pregnant?
No, she did. No, she did.
Okay, that's the only questions I have. Thank you, Ricky.
I have some questions. Mr. Celestine, from what you've said, some of the reasons you haven't gotten classes were, either barriers that you weren't told, like the letter of accountability. And I know that you can't ask for what you don't know exists. So some of this stuff seems to be victim oriented. I don't know how much of it you were told. And then the warden just said that you refused some classes, and you said it was because of your inability to read and write. Maybe that embarrassed you. I understand all of that. But the most wonderful thing about Angola compared to jails and stuff like that is all the programs that people get offered there that that the victims don't get offered. Just a quick victim awareness here. From the point, first of all, you said that you just picked her up and put her in your truck, just like it was an aside, like she was hitchhiking or something. That wasn't that. It was a choice. You forced her into the truck. And then you said it wasn't your intention to rape her. You brutally raped her. So you need to complain about that kind of stuff when you talk about it, because we know what happened. And secondly, from that point forward for the victim, then when it's reported, unless they're in a good, safer zone where there is a trauma unit for sexual assault victims, they get brought to the hospital. And then that right there is very brutal for them too. Just sometimes back 35 years ago, anybody could be in the room. They had to tell their stories, generally to men. There wasn't a SANE nurse, which is a nurse that specializes in that kind of examination. So they're traumatized again with having to tell the story over and over again. On top of they were just raped. And then when they want to make better of their life, let's say, they walk that path by themselves unless they're in what we have now, some sexual trauma clinics that they can go to, and they will help get resources for them. But probably she didn't have that. So she didn't have anybody that would say to her, let's go do this. You can get counseling. I'll bring you all the different things. She had to walk this walk by herself, scared and hurt. And then she has to go to court. She has to tell the story again. So all of this time, your victim is just being re-victimized, re-victimized, re-victimized. And there is nobody offering that victim classes to heal unless they're just fortunate to live in the right place. So for victim awareness, you've got a wonderful family supporting you. And I've no doubt that they will help you in every way to succeed in your life. But your victim may have come through a whole different set of circumstances. And I just wanted to say that on behalf of the victim, not her personally, victims in general that go through this type of crime. It is short of being murder to be aggravated kidnap and aggravated rape. Murder would be the next call. It's that gruesome for a woman to go through something like that. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Celestine, I heard your family say that you're a changed man, and I see the classes and stuff you've taken. When did you realize that maybe you wanted to make a change in your life for the things you've done? I see a little remorsefulness in you, but at what time and when did you feel you change your life?
Well, to be honest with you, the time when I got arrested and I figured I did something wrong, that's when the time I said I need to change, because I never should have did this to anyone. No one don't deserve to be treated like I treated. So my time had began when I got arrested.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No questions.
Ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Prater.
Doggone, I'm trying to help you out, Ricky, best I can, but at this point, I want to see some more programming, and I want to see you work on your education a little bit more. Or even if you have to miss work or get out of work or whatever, and start taking some programming so you can communicate better, because when you get out, you're going to have to be able to communicate better than what you currently are able to. I'd like to see you take victim awareness so that you're really aware and we don't have to pull it out of you. And it may be that every night when you lay down, you cry yourself to sleep out of what you've done with the victim, but you have not been able to tell us that. And I understand your limitations. I've talked to people all my life with limitations in their educational level and their maturity level and their intellect, but I just don't see it yet. So at this point, my vote is to deny this, but I want to see him come back and after some programming.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant 40 years.
40.
Yes, 40.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to deny due to the heinous nature of the crime, the lack of victim programs, and not totally truthful about what happened.
All right, Ricky. You didn't get the vote you needed today, but you got some more work to do. Are you willing to go try to do the work?
Yes, I am.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I think Warden Ambo is going to help you get what you need. But today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. All right, we are ready for our next case, and that's Mr. Clement.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My real name is ELERY CLEMENT JR. Everybody calls me Pete, and DOC number is 401293.
All right, Pete. So I'm going to read some identifying information into the record and ask you if it's accurate or not. So, Mr. Clement, you are here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in July 1998 in Livingston Parish for 2 counts of first-degree murder, and you received life on each of those sentences, and they are to run consecutively. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. This morning, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, seated to my right. Would you answer his questions?
All right, Mr. Clement, good morning. It's 10:07, so it is still morning time.
Yes, sir.
We need to find out, tell me briefly what you did to get you there so that I acknowledge the crime for me. And then take a little more time and tell me what you've learned since you've been incarcerated and how you're, most folks say I'm a different person. I'm not the same person I was. Tell it, if you're not the same person you were, tell us what's changed. And kind of give me a little background on you.
We're going to start with how the crime happened. Me and my wife was having some problems, and I assumed she was seeing somebody. And I was at home one night, took off a week for deer season, was home in the bed sleeping, and got a phone call. So when I got that phone call, somebody tells me they see her automobile parked in a parking lot. Did I want to go check it out? So I did, and go down there and sit there. Well, I wasn't sure that was her car at first. So I said, wait a minute, I got the key on my side. So sure enough, the key fit the door, and it was her car. And same time, I said, well, I'm just going to hang out here and see what's going on, who brings her back, and that way I'll know if she's seeing a man or whatever. So sure enough, this guy pulls up in a Toyota truck, 3 of them, and she's sitting in the middle. He gets one on the passenger side, gets out. He's not going to get out, but they reach over and kiss at that time, and that's the time I walk up, and I carried a gun religiously. I'm not going to say I didn't. I carried it everywhere I went for my self-protection. And at that time, we got into it and had a few words. And first thing you know, gunshots went off me. And that was, so I realized what I'd done and drove on back to the house and called my sister and had them take me on to the jail. And so that's about that on that part. But you want to know what I've been doing since I've been up here and think I'm a changed person?
If you are, I don't know if you've changed or if you need to change. That's what I want to hear.
Say I've changed. I don't know if the age has something to do with it. You know how you slow down when you get a little older and take things and you go to thinking before you do stupid things when you look like when you get a little age on you. And I've reached that point where I've made that, I guess, reached that age where I stop and think about things before I jump and do it nowadays.
Okay. All right. Is the warden in the room with you?
Yes.
Would you tell us what kind of inmate he's been since you have known and since he's been in the institution?
Since I know Mr. Clement, he has been a very respectable inmate towards staff. He works at the Mule Barn. He's a minimum 8 trustee. He take care of the Percheron horses. Those are the horses that you see in the different parades. He drives the wagon for both the rodeo and different parades that we have during the holidays. He's able to go out to the parades in St. Francisville and drive the wagon, and he also participates in the hunt parade. He only had 5 DVs since he's been here, and the last one being in 2018. He also on our Point Lookout Committee, which, where we bury the inmates here at the, institution, and he drives the hearse for that, which is pulled by the horses. Since I've been here, I had the pleasure of going back to the Percheron Barn and meeting him. We bring tours back there. He's very knowledgeable of the horses. He let the tour, guests know what type of horse they are and what they do and stuff like that. He know them by name and they know him also. So I can say that the years that I've been here and I've been knowing Mr. Clement, which we call him Pete, he has been a very good inmate.
Okay, all right, thank you, thank you. All right, Mr. Clement, tell me, before we get into the question, and one thing you didn't mention was any programming that you've had since you've been there.
I have been in 100 hours in the anger management program I completed.
Okay. I noticed you didn't mention the victims any. Family of the victim.
No, sir. I didn't do any victim awareness class because I was told at the time I didn't need but the 100 hours. I didn't know I should have took the victim awareness class.
Okay, well, we're gonna ask you some questions in a little bit. We'll come back, and this ain't your last time to talk to us, but I want to move on now to, we'll go over this, the folks that are here and on Zoom. You've got supporters, 4 supporters, 3 of which will talk. Kevin Clement will be on Zoom. Peggy Clement and Channing Blake are going to be, well, excuse me, Peggy Clement will be speaking, and she's here. Jimmy Cone, a friend of yours, is not going to speak, but he's here. And then Channing Blake with Parole Project will speak on Zoom. So let's go ahead and start with Kevin Clement. Mr. Clement, are you on Zoom at this particular time? Okay, tell us what you know about Ricky and what kind of just tell us something to help us make our decision.
Yes, sir. My name's Kevin Clement, and I'm a cousin of Pete Clement. He's just a down-to-earth, good old man. Give you the shirt off his back. Yeah, he admitted he made a mistake, but he won't be a burden on society. He has a place to go if the good Lord's willing, and he'd get released, and people to take care of him, family and friends. And he's remorse for what he's done, and he's done good things in Angola, learned from the mistakes, but if you find it in your heart, just make your decision.
Okay, yes sir, we'll do that. Thank you very much. We
Yes.
appreciate your input. We'll move on to Miss Peggy Clement, daughter-in-law. Miss Clement, you're here, correct? Okay, would you talk to us about what you got to say?
My name is Peggy Clement, and also Mr. Coon here did want to speak. I don't know if it's not allowed to, but.
Would you speak up, please, ma'am?
Okay, Mr. Coon here did want to speak today. I don't know if it didn't, or he can, I don't know, but he was prepared.
No, ma'am, we got 3 people
Okay.
speaking already on.
Okay, so my name is Peggy Clement. Mr. Pete is my father-in-law. I met Mr. Pete when I was about 13 years old, way before he was ever my father-in-law. He was my friend's Uncle Pete. We would see him on weekends. He worked the back gate at the racetrack. As a young girl, I could sense, as a young girl, you can sense with men, who is safe and who is not. And he felt like someone, like a dad, like someone you could go to if you needed help. And it wasn't until years later he became my father-in-law. I've been married to his son for 25 years. Since he's been incarcerated, he has been a model inmate. He has also always chosen to work. He's a very hard worker. Even at almost 75 years old, he has an extremely physically demanding job. He works with and trains the Percheron horses. He pulls the red wagon at rodeos, and he pulls the wagon for prison funerals and takes care of the horses daily. I don't think that there is a higher status, inmate status than where he is. He's allowed around the public, he goes to parades. People come from far and wide to see him at the rodeos. Little kids run up to him to see Mr. Pete riding the red wagon. I'm not here today to tell you that my father-in-law is an innocent man. He got caught up in a bad situation and made a really terrible mistake that cost him everything. It's not something that he's happy or proud of. And even after 29 years, when I try to talk to him about it, he still gets emotional. I know it sounds awful to say, but he loved her and he grieved for her for years. And I know because he told me. At his trial, his attorney thought it was best that he didn't speak. He's not a good speaker, wouldn't be a good witness. But I think that also robbed him of the ability or the opportunity or chance to say he was sorry. And it robbed y'all of the opportunity to hear your story. My father, my dad, this is my dad too, is a good man. I don't think this crime should define his whole life. I know what he did was wrong, I know, but he means so much to so many people. And to the victims and your families, I'm truly sorry for your loss. I hate what he did, but I love him dearly. I hope one day you can forgive him. But if not, I understand. You know, when something like this happens, it affects everyone that we've all been serving time. We've all served about 29 years so far. And you know, when there's someone in your family that's an offender, you know, we get a stigma on us too, the family members. You know, there's people that don't like me just because he's my father-in-law. And I understand. We live our lives worrying about him. He calls us every single day to make sure he has the ability to do that. All it takes is one missed phone call and the whole family goes into panic. What happens? You know, and someone was the phone's down or something like that. But spend time with him. We attend every rodeo. We travel back and forth. Just be there because of the horses. You know, it's an inside joke that we pay for tickets to go to Angola to work for free because my husband and our whole family goes and helps get the horses ready and make sure that he's safe with the horses. Some of the other inmates may not be as familiar with horses, and we just try to help, and it gives us the opportunity to be with him in a more normal setting. I can't express the difference this would make in our lives and how much this would mean to us. If there's ever anyone who deserves a second chance, it's him. And by second chance, I mean a second chance because he doesn't have a record. This is not a second, third, fourth, fifth chance. He doesn't have a criminal record. And I've been told time and time again by different people, by guards, by correction officers, by people that meet him, you know, he doesn't fit in here. And I know that he does, but he doesn't. My father-in-law is not a threat to society. We could only have 3 people speak today, but I could literally fill this room with supporters and family and people that love him. Not just old relationships. He's also formed new relationships. There was a family from Texas that came to the rodeo last year, and since then, Clint, Rachel, and Dally have become second family to him and to us. Dally is an 8-year-old rodeo queen and insisted on coming to every single rodeo since just to see.
Excuse me, Miss Peggy, it's, would you kind of wrap your remarks up, please,
Yes,
ma'am?
yes. We have full accommodations for him if you were able to grant this, and I'd ask for grace for him today because he's a simple country man. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to fully articulate what he's trying to say. And thank you for this.
Thank you. We appreciate that very much. Mr. Channing, Blake, would you tell us what you got on your mind?
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Clement. We just want to inform you all that if you guys decide to give him a favorable recommendation today, that we're going to provide him transitional housing, social norms, consumer skills, and more. And that we'll also assign him a reentry specialist to guide him through his reentry process. Thank you again for your time, board.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Right. We'll move on to the opposition now. We have some folks here, Christina Kitchen, Kayla Kitchen, Sean Kitchen, George May, Laney Carr, Alexis Taylor, Leslie Motachek, and Donald Motachek, and I said most of those names probably wrong. So I apologize, but that's the best I can do. And let's see, I believe 3 of you will be speaking, and Miss Alexis Taylor is the assistant DA, and so we'll let her go last. She's on Zoom, and I believe the rest of you are all here. And so we'll start off. Which of the 3 of you that are here, between Christina, Sean, and Leslie, who would like to go first? And if you would approach the podium, I guess this podium, correct? Or just approach the podium in front of you. There you go. And I'm sorry, but that television behind you went out just yesterday, and we had to get it fixed. But yes, sir. Go ahead and tell us who you are and what you got on your mind.
All right, my name's Sean Kitchen. I'm the son of James Russell Kitchen. I'm referred to him as Rusty throughout this little deal. I'm here to speak today on behalf of my sister Christina, my mother Carolyn, and our entire family. I was only 3 years old when Pete Clements murdered my father. My sister was only 7. We never had a chance to grow up with our dad, hear his voice, feel his hugs, or to know the love and protection every child deserves to know from their father. Hell, I've never been able to hear my dad tell me he loves me, you know, or even tell me he's proud of me. Stuff that the opposition gets to hear whenever they feel like picking up the phone to contact me or him contact them. Doesn't seem too fair to me. Pete Clemens not only took that for me, but he took the lives of 2 people that day. He murdered my father and an innocent woman, Miss Kay. Not only did he kill 2 innocent people, my uncle witnessed these acts and having to hide from being killed by him as well. This has been a life sentence on him also. These were not actions, they were deliberate acts of cold-blooded murder. The pain Pete caused did not end that day. It has lasted more than 20 years. My mother, Carolyn Kitchen, has carried a deep, unending grief. She has been in and out of mental and drug rehabilitation, never fully recovering from the loss of my dad. In truth, we lost her too. When Pete killed my father, he didn't just take one life, he tore my family apart. I'm now an adult, I'm a husband, I'm a father. My wife, Kayla, she never got to meet my dad. And neither will my 5 daughters that I have. My sister's sons, Joseph and Bean, Justin, they'll never know him either. My children and nephews will only ever know my father through stories told by other people because we don't have them. And then faded pictures without a symbol. Our families have lived every day with that emptiness. We understand that Pete is now older, carries a Bible, serves as trustee in prison, but that does not erase the lives he destroyed. Trustees may appear responsible and change people. That's because they're watched over by guards daily. Hell, I'm an outstanding employee when safety's standing over my back. Good behavior in a controlled environment does not prove that he is safe or that he has truly changed. While his family may hope to welcome him home one day, ours never will. My father's grave is the only place that we can visit him. Justice must still mean something. He was sentenced to 2 life sentences with 2 lives taken, and their sentences should remain in full effect. In my opinion, it should have been an eye for an eye. His breath was my dad's breath. When Pete was sentenced by a jury to life in prison, It was a promise made by those we put our trust in daily, our justice system. Please do not place the disappointment in our justice system as another punishment for our family. Please do not grant Pete clemency or pardon, parole, whatever is going on. Granting him so and giving into something a murderer is requesting, while in the situation he brought onto himself would only deepen the wounds our family has carried more than 2 decades. I'm sure my father begged for clemency that night. Pete Clement sentenced him to death. No judge, no jury, just the execution. My father, Rusty Kinsey, cannot speak for himself, but I can and I will continue to do so. I will close out by saying this. My family has already lost too much. We are still serving the life sentence Pete Clements gave us when he murdered my father and Kay, along with the emotional lives of her family. And the emotional lives of her family, along with my mother, my uncle, my sister, and me. Also, any chance of our children getting a future with their pawpaw. Pete should be content with the consequences he faces each day because of his actions that night. He should have gotten the chair, but instead is given the chance to breathe each day, be able to have friends, be able to speak to his family, be able to love them. For us to have to be here today and deal with this all because Pete wants clemency is a slap to my face along with the families affected. And it should be viewed as so. Thank y'all for hearing my words and thank you for standing for justice.
Thank you, sir. We'll take those remarks into consideration, and I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, who would like to speak next in the family?
I'm Christina Kinchin, daughter of Rusty Kinchin. There's nothing that I'm gonna be able to tell y'all that y'all heard many times before, like it's a repeat cycle, but I was born a daddy's girl and forced to become a grieving daughter at 7 years old instead. Nobody prepares you for the silence that follows losing your dad, or how it feels to reach for your phone before remembering he'll never be there to answer. Or how birthdays, holidays, and random Wednesdays can all hurt the same. I still look for his face in the crowds, and I still wait for his advice when life feels too heavy. I still hear his laugh in places he's never even been. He was my safe place before I knew what that even meant. He made everything better just by being there. I've been trying to learn how to live in a world that keeps spinning even though mine stopped the day that a selfish coward decided to make sure we never saw him again. Believing I will see my dad again does not change the pain of him not being here now. He will never see or hear the voices of his grandchildren, and he won't be here to walk his only daughter down the aisle. I'll always be his little girl, but living with a heart that had to grow up too soon. He gets to call his family whenever he wants to. We don't have the pleasure because of the actions that he decided to take. And I don't care how good he's been in prison. And you have no other option. I mean, there's nothing else to say.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. And we'll conclude the remarks here before the assistant district attorney talk with Leslie. Leave your little thing.
So, Kate was my mother. And what I have to say here today is I'm just hearing from something today that I never imagined that I would be. And the sheer audacity of what my mother's murderer is asking. It just astounds me. And many of us have to be here to do this. She doesn't get the luxury of asking for anything. Rusty doesn't get the luxury of asking for anything. Their sentence was set in actual stone by this man who thinks that he's spent enough time here for what he's done and is ready to move on with his life. He's the one that made the decision to take their lives away forever, and part of ours went with it. And he wants his back.
It doesn't seem fair, doesn't make any sense to me. He can get out at some point, live free, sit on his porch, drink coffee, visit with his friends. And we don't get to do any of those things. I would love the opportunity to sit with my mother. And among other things with her, I would love to be able to do that I'll never get to. But he gets to make phone calls and he gets to tell people how he's feeling today. My mother doesn't get to do that. Rusty doesn't get to do that. So mine's a lot shorter, I think, basically. Just sum it up, a life sentence is exactly what that says. It's life. And he has 2 life sentences. And as long as he has breath in his body, then prison is where his life should be, and it should continue to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate those heartfelt comments and we'll take them into consideration. We'll move on now to Miss Alexis Taylor, who is the Assistant District Attorney. Ms. Taylor, would you?
Good morning to the board. Of course, the state stands opposed to him being released. Again, this was a first-degree murder. One of the prescribed consequences for this particular crime is the death penalty. The defendant here, Mr. Ellery, has been fortunate enough to avoid the death penalty. 2 life sentences for taking 2 lives is actually a bargain for him, and very unfortunate for the family. Mr. Ellery said some things in opening, basically telling us he laid in wait for this victim to return, for these victims to return. He shot them both, and reading one of his statements from the time of the investigation, he said, and when he started coming toward me, I shot him and my wife. By that time, she done got out of the middle and run to the car, and she started running back over there toward me, and that's when I shot her. And not only did he shoot her, she grabbed at me. I'm pretty sure she had grabbed at me, and that's when I shot her again. The defendant had no remorse for his actions. Again, the 2 life sentences I think are more than appropriate. He should not be granted any leniency at this point. And also another thing that was very concerning for me when he started speaking is the fact that he had taken no classes as relates to the victims. He had taken his anger management, but as it relates to any victim classes, he didn't take those classes because he didn't think he had to take them. Not that he was even concerned enough to do it voluntarily. And so for those reasons, the state would certainly oppose his being released and ask that you deny his request.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that very much. Thank you. We'll move on now back to questioning Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement, I'll ask the first questions and then we'll turn it over to the panel here to see if they have any questions. And I don't have a lot to ask. How long have you been in prison?
I got up here December of 98. So from December of 98 to right now, that's how many years that would be. I'll be locked up.
I'll be locked up. Years. Okay. Go ahead.
I'll be locked up 29 years next month on the 12th.
Okay. All right. And so you were given 2 life sentences and you served 29 years. Let me ask you, in your initial interview, you said y'all were having problems. Were y'all separated?
Yes, sir. We had been separated a week or so before and she didn't want to go through no divorce. She didn't, I talked to her about, let's go get a divorce. She didn't want to hear it. And we went to the I guess you'd say attorney, and he told both of us he didn't want to do ours because neither one of us at the time needed a divorce.
Okay. All right. And you said you made a mistake that night.
Yes, sir. When I got out of bed, when I got that phone call, that was my worst mistake.
Wow.
Well,
wow.
That's okay. All right, and you hadn't taken any victim awareness, and I noticed that you didn't really talk about victim awareness, so I'm not gonna pry it out of you by questioning you if you're aware of what you did as far as the effect it had on victims. So, that's correct. You have not taken any victim awareness, correct?
No, sir, I was advised when I decided to take to put in for clemency, that I didn't need nothing but the 100 hours. I had already completed the anger management, and that's why I didn't go any further. A classification lady told me that's all I really needed.
Okay, I don't have any other questions, Madam Chairman.
Any
I
other
do.
questions?
Okay, first, before I start anything, when I was reading the letters, I do want to mention, we have, many of y'all said y'all didn't get counseling. So we have a Louisiana Crime Victims Reparations Fund. And you can go through your sheriff's office or your DA, she may be able to help you with it, but the time has not run out, it doesn't. You just have to say you didn't know about it. But they will pay a certain amount of money for each one of y'all to go to counseling, okay? So I didn't want y'all to leave out of here and not know that's available for you. And secondly, to Mr. Clement, I mean, your statement about everything to do with the murder was really just, it was jealousy and it was a rage and it was intentional. And you have a total lack of remorse about that. And because you didn't mention any of your own children or the children of your, I think he used to be your friend, there seems to be a total lack of remorse for the crime itself, which was 2 cold-blooded murders. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Green, any questions?
No.
I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny this request and suggest that you get some victim awareness and that you have some programming. If it's of any interest to you. If it's not, then we'll see you again here with no programming.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is also to deny. 2 people lost their life, and I mean, that's too much. So my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote also is to deny.
Mrs. State?
My vote is to deny. 2 innocent people lost their life, and I saw a lack of remorse and no programs for victims.
All right, Mr. Clement, today your application for a commutation has been denied, sir. Good luck to you. All right, we are ready for Mr. Jerry. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Gary Seal, 77458.
All right, Mr. Silv, let me acknowledge you have some guests there with you in Angola, Ms. Janet Griffin and JB Griffin. We also have on Zoom the victim who would like to speak, and we'll ask her to do so in just a few minutes. First, Mr. Silv, you are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced July 2002 in St. Tammany Parish for a first-degree rape conviction, and you got a life sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. How did you say your last name? I was gonna say Silves. Sylvie. Sylvie. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call you Mr. Jerry. Okay, Mr. Jerry, tell me what happened. Do you take responsibility? You said you take responsibility, but then in another section, you say you never did anything. So tell me what went on.
Only thing I know is my stepdaughter came to my house and said I raped her daughter.
Okay, did you?
Did you?
No.
Okay, was there any inappropriate contact with you or her?
No.
Okay, what kind of classes have you taken that we should think about letting you out today? Not today, but making a recommendation.
Say it again.
What have you done? What have you done the way I should think about letting you out? Or making a recommendation to let you out?
Have you done any classes or anything, programming? That's what he's asking.
No.
Okay. Have you had any sex offender classes?
Yes. Risk
Okay.
management.
What's that now?
Risk management.
Risk management.
Okay, what did you learn in sex offender class?
Trying to do better.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you some questions later. Let's get to the people here to speak on your behalf. Janet Griffin, your sister.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Go and tell us what you can sit down. You don't have to get up, but tell us what you want us to know about your brother.
I'm Janet Sylve Griffin. I'm the oldest out of 10, and Jerry is the second oldest. And we were raised in a home with both parents. And I've always been a supportive of my siblings. And Jerry always been a good kid. I mean, he just like the other brothers that I had, they, got into some trouble. But from the time that I was with my brother, from the age of, birth until 16 when I moved, Jerry always been a good person until then. Later, I moved back to St. Tammany Parish, and that's when I discovered that he was then living with my mother and my stepfather, my mother, husband, second husband then. And for what reason I found out, him and his stepdaughter had words because Jerry had got a lawsuit, and the stepdaughter wanted money to buy a double trailer, and Jerry wouldn't allow that. So from my understanding then, she used her daughters, the twin girls, to try and say, Papa raped them. And I do know for a fact it's not so, because I shopped around speaking with other family members and stated that it's a lie, that Jerry never did touch them. The one that touched him is incarcerated here already in Angola. So I know, trying to be supportive of my brother here. I'm praying that, if we really look back into his situation and hoping that maybe the shackles can be released, because I even went to DA Walter Reed at that time to explain to him that he knew the situation. So then why are you holding my brother still incarcerated if he didn't do it?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And Jay Griffin, brother-in-law?
My husband, JB?
Yes, sir.
What do you want us to know about it, Jerry?
All I know, he's a decent person, and I ain't never know he get in no trouble. You know, I'm not. All I know when he left, I missed him. He was my brother-in-law and my friend.
Okay, thank you. And then now we're gonna go to the other side, the opposition, Ms. Arshan Edgerson. How you doing, Ms. Edgerson? Tell us what you want us to know.
Hi. So, I oppose because, as I mentioned in the letter that I submitted, Jerry has never taken accountability. So the stepdaughter that he's referring to is my mother. The way my mom found out that this was happening is I had journal for 3 years. From the time I was 9, when he started touching me and raping me, to the time that I was 12. She found the journal underneath my bed one day and asked me about it, and it annotated all the things. And that's when she confronted him. So it wasn't about a lawsuit. It wasn't about money. It didn't just happen overnight. I had literally used my journal as an outlet because I didn't know how to talk about it. And go ahead.
No, ma'am, go ahead.
So she found out, and then, of course, he lied and said that it didn't happen. But of course, you know, I had documented all these things. And over the years, he basically turned my whole family against me. It was just me, my mom, and my sister. It felt like against the world because he kept saying all we wanted was money, to the point where they tried to bribe us to drop the charges. And it wasn't about the money. I said no to anything that they would throw my way because I wanted him to actually take accountability for his actions, which, you know, 30 years later, he still hasn't. I've been through years of counseling. I've moved out of Louisiana. I joined the Army. I've done all these things just to try to reinvent my life and escape the harm and the memories and all the things that he put me through.
Thank you very much for coming on today. We appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna go back to Mr. Slide now. Mr. Slide, Mr. Jerry, did you go to trial, or was it a plea agreement?
I went to trial.
Okay, so you were found guilty by a 12-member jury?
11.
11, so it was 11-1 was the vote?
Right.
Okay. Have you taken victim awareness?
What's that?
Have you taken victim awareness?
No, I haven't.
It's a class that you definitely need to try to look into. Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Jerry.
Any other questions? So Jerry, let me ask you this one question. You have, you say you didn't do it in your application, but later on, I think as Mr. Freeman referenced, you said, but you're sorry for what happened. So what does that statement mean?
I didn't understand you.
You said earlier you didn't do this crime. Didn't you say that?
Yes.
And in your application for this commutation, you say, but I'm sorry for what happened. What did you mean by that statement?
I'm sorry accused of it.
Oh, okay, okay. I just wanted a little clarification. I don't have any other questions. I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote is to deny victim opposition and lack of, classes.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Self, today your application for clemency has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Stevenson, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Bobbie Stevenson, and my DOC number is 120379.
All right, Mr. Stevenson, let me just read some quick information into the record. You're classified as a 5th felony offender. You're asking for a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced April 2003 to a life sentence as a habitual offender for sexual battery. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to introduce real quickly, one of your supporters is here and will take their testimony first because they're.
They keep walking the word.
Well, let me just tell you then that Sherman Jr. was here, your son, but he had to go to work. So we missed his testimony. We were trying to get him quickly, but he already had to go into work. So he was here in support. So your case, Mr. Stevenson, was assigned to Mr. Prater. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Stevenson, how are you today?
Well, I'm all right, sir.
Okay, well, we're gonna go through this pretty quickly, but I want you to tell me, I guess because the main thing we're here for, because you'd be out if it wasn't for this, is a habitual offender, 5 felonies. How come you've been so bad?
The environment I was living in. How I came up.
Okay. The way you were raised, huh?
The way I was raised, sir.
Have you learned anything since you've been incarcerated?
Oh, yes, sir.
Talk to me about it. Tell me what you've learned.
Well, I learned, for one thing, I learned how to really respect people and how to understand. And one thing else I learned, by me being incarcerated, hanging around mature people that taught me a lot of things, how to live and how to live around others. And it learned me how to go into some program that I went into, which I understand some things. As I got much older, I learned one thing else, how to really mind my own business and how to apply to a lot of things.
Okay. If you were on your deathbed and your son was standing there and he said, what one piece of advice would you give me, Dad? What would it be?
Son, trying to live right and trust one thing, trust in your God that you believe in.
I like that answer. That's good. Warden, I assume you're in the room there. Tell us what kind of this fella has been since he's been incarcerated.
So, Mr. Stephen is a medium custody, inmate. He is assigned to Wolford and works as a groundkeeper. He has a total of 19 DB reports in his 24 years here. His last report being on 8/29/2009 for Rule 28, which is a aggravated work offense. He has taken sex offender treatment. He also did parenting. He also works on a point lookout project. He did trauma healing, 100 hours, and he's a moderate offender.
Okay.
Can I ask another question? You said how many write-ups? Okay. I got it. Thank you.
She said 6.
19.
19.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Warden. Appreciate that very much. Okay, we've got some folks that are going to be speaking on your behalf before the board questions you, and then we'll have Mr. Randall Meyer, will speak in opposition in just a minute. But since your son can't make it, he was here, but he had to go to work. We're going to hear from your 2 daughters. They're both on Zoom. We'll hear from Sean Juan Jr. first. If I'm saying that name right, I'm probably not. But we'll hear from you first and introduce yourself so we'll know how to say it.
Who, me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm trying to work the Zoom. I'm not too good with that. But y'all can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Shawan Jr., and I am the daughter of Bobbie Stevenson.
Okay, tell us what you got on your mind.
Okay, I acknowledge and I do not minimize the seriousness of his past actions that led up to his conviction, but he has expressed sincere remorse for the harm he has caused. And I believe that he has taken responsibility for his actions. And I have witnessed his growth from the visits and the phone calls, and I am confident that he is ready for a release.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that.
You're
Thank you very much.
welcome.
We hear from the other sister, Miss Antoinette, excuse me, the other daughter, Miss Antoinette Johnson.
Good morning, board.
Morning.
Thank you all for giving me the opportunity today to speak on my father's behalf. And I want to say that anyone could be a dad, but he's a father to me behind the prison walls. And every woman needs a man on their side as far as a father to lead them in the right direction, give them encouraging words, give them advice. And I'm into Christ, and my father has taught me into Christ as well. Every father is not into Christ, but he teaches me the word and he gives me advice. He's lost his mother and his father since he's been behind the prison walls. And my stepson that I just adopted about 5 years ago, he's never met my dad. So I think that it would be fair for him to meet my father and my dad to come out and see all the different things that how we've grown since he's been gone 20 something years. And my dad also repent for what he has done. And, I would agree if the board would agree for him to be released from behind the prison walls because he's been behind there for 26 years.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll swap to Mr. Randall Meyer. Would you talk to us, sir, about what's on your mind?
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. And we strongly oppose Mr. Stevenson's request. He was 40 years old at the time of this offense. The victim was a 9-year-old child. I'm not, it's kind of unclear to me, based on his statements in his application, whether he's denying that he even committed this offense or whether he did. And that's something I'm interested to find out from him. In the clemency report, it's significantly different than what his statement was to the police the night that he was arrested. In his statement to the police, he admitted to the offense in specific detail, and I think that the child was extremely lucky that her mother came into the room when she did. That would have stopped something much worse from happening. Since he's been incarcerated, the programming I see is fairly limited in what he's done. He's taken the sex offender courses, which is good, but he finished that in 2017. When we look at his disciplinary reports in 2019, he had a 21F, which is a sex offense of some sort. I'm not sure exactly what it was. I don't have the details of that disciplinary report. His other programmings or other programs are pretty limited. He did 100 hours back in 2017, and the sex offender treatment in 2017, and had behavioral management program in 2020, and that's it. He hasn't done many other programs to assist him with any type of rehabilitation. He was sentenced to life because he was a multiple offender. Looking at his past criminal activity, he's got a violent criminal history, which included 2 arrests for rapes, arrests, no convictions on that. And then, as I stated, he had the disciplinary report in 2019. So for those reasons, we are opposed to his request.
Great, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Appreciate that. We'll go back to you, Mr. Stevenson. And
Yes, sir.
and I had right off the bat, I wanted to ask the same things. Tell me about your history. What are you in jail for right now?
I'm in jail for sexual battery of a teenager.
Did you do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're also in jail because of 5 felonies, right? A multiple offender, habitual offender. Is that not correct?
Right. I have the
Okay.
folder.
And one of those, I want to take you back to 1987. You were charged with aggravated burglary and simple rape. And the rape was dismissed on a plea bargain and you got 12 years. Is that correct?
Right.
Why was that? Tell me about the situation there.
The situation there?
Because I'm interested because it's a sex crime.
I didn't do the rape charge, but I did the aggravated burglary.
Okay, what is an aggravated burglary to you?
Aggravated burglary, even though if you have put your hand on an individual, they can charge you with aggravated burglary.
Right. It's breaking in a place with the intent to commit a felony therein, right?
Right.
Okay. Could that felony have been a rape?
No.
Okay.
But I haven't raped nobody.
Okay. All right. Tell me why you hadn't taken more classes.
Why I didn't took more classes? Because I took programs up. I did my program and I have tried to get my GED. So I couldn't really make the TABE test.
Did you ever get your GED?
No, sir.
How far are you from it?
Well, be honest with you, I just took a TABE test and I missed it.
Okay.
I tried really my understanding to that GED test. I'm not gonna say I can't do it, but it's gonna take me a lot of time to get it.
You had 20-something years.
I know. 27 years I wasn't in class.
Okay,
I have to wait on the waiting list to get in class.
What about victim awareness?
I have that.
You've already taken that?
I took that.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues here to ask a question or two.
Right? Any questions?
Not really.
Either. All right, we don't have any questions. Well, let me ask you, so you've been working on your GED for 8 or 9 months?
I've been working on it.
For how long?
But I'm supposed to go back in class in January.
I know, but when did you start working on it is what I'm trying to get at.
No.
Mr. Renata, he started working on it in 2005.
Okay. All right, good. I just couldn't tell here. Well, good. So you've been working at it a little while.
Yeah, he started in 2005, but he's unable to obtain it. I do have a letter from the education director saying, education coordinator saying that intellectually he's unable to obtain the GED.
Okay, well, thanks for that clarification. So we don't have any other questions, Mr. Stevenson. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater?
Could we have an executive session, please, ma'am?
Yeah, we have a motion, executive session. Can I get
Second.
a second by Ms. Stapleton? Is there any objection? Hearing none, will be an executive session to discuss confidential matters. Stand by, Mr. Stevenson.
Yes, sir. Oh, excuse me.
All right, Mr. Stephen, well, I'll make a motion. We go back into regular session, second by Mr. Freeman. Any objection? Hearing none, we are in regular session. It's 11:18 and we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny this request. I think you need some more programming. I want you to work on that GED some more, some kind of literacy classes or something. And I don't think that I don't think you're ready to get out yet. I've got some concerns about the number of felonies that you have and the sex offense and that sort of thing. So deny at this particular time.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to deny criminal history and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny criminal history, law enforcement opposition, lack of accountability.
All right, Mr. Stevenson, your application for clemency's been denied today, sir. You got a little work to do. Good luck to you. Board and Ambo, we're going to sign off at 11:19.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
But thank you guys for having me.
Good. Well, sorry you had to wait a while, but introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Name is Tyrone Mathieu. My current mailing address is 3309 James Place, Kenner, Louisiana 70065.
All right, thank you. And we want to welcome your wife, Keyshawn, and we'll call on you shortly. Let me just read some identifying information and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stapleton because your case was assigned to her. So you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in February 2011 in Orleans Parish, carrying a concealed weapon. You got a 6 months parish jail sentence and that was suspended. You were placed on 6 months probation. Is that correct? Okay. Ms. Stapleton.
I was told to clarify that I believe I might have missed a restoration firearm bill because I don't believe that I have lost privilege to own fire. Just to clarify.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so Mr. Mathieu, tell me why you need your partner.
So this has been quite the journey for me since I was young for this concealed weapon charge 50 years ago. Currently to this day, I still face challenges in my career field. I'm a registered nurse. Like I said, it's been quite the journey. So there's a God up above. When I first graduated LB in 2011, I was denied license on basis of this conviction. I've done a lot to rectify this matter, apply with the court system. Myself as a person, I've grown, learned from this mistake. But again, like I said, there's a God above. My little brother ended up being drafted to the Cards in 2013. I ended up moving to Arizona, so that opportunity, I said, let me apply for my nursing. So there in Arizona for nursing, straightforward, and all the experience there I was going to. And they actually approved. So at that point in time, I got back on track with my work field. Came and I said, right, do nurse down to 13. Got back, we educated myself. Came back and chartered school in nursing water in 2016. With that being said, ever since then, on my license, I carry these hits and these tags on my license with the charge, which sweet judge back then, Chief Andrew Johnson, he was my probation officer. They all like approved. I got the charge expunged. Like my 6 months intensive probation. Like they were really so much. I think that was suspended in April or May. I got 6 months. So I was on maybe 2 or 3 months. I graduated so that was a lot that was done to help me in this situation. But still to this day it follows me in my career. So I had sweet signal come on that advice of some attorneys. I said, what can I do? I made countless efforts to put this. This is one and only arrest that I have. I've only taken full responsibility for it. Since this happened. And I was speaking with a couple of attorneys. They said, with the statute of limitation, appeal processes and things like this, maybe the only option you have is to. So that's why I'm here. The proof and hopes of that. Because I want to continue to advance myself in my career. I have hopes of being in this practitioner. But again, things like this can set me back. Currently, I hold 2 associates degrees and the technical. And I'm enrolled at ULL to get my bachelor's in nursing. I'm scheduled to graduate from there next summer. So once again, through these processes, it's a matter of still following me around. So that's why I'm voting back for the hopefully get a proceeding place. To put this, hopefully it gets part of it. So I'm looking not, I have a beautiful wife here, like I'm a proud husband and a proud father of 3. I'm 38 years old and this situation took place. I was 23. I have a daughter that's 20 right now. She's in college. I have a son that goes to St. Augustine High School in New Orleans, my alumni. He's a senior. He's about to graduate this year. 4.5 GPA.
Wow.
I have another son that's 10 years old, has a 4.0 GPA. I, there's still a lot that I need to offer to my family and myself. So, this is probably my last
Well, it sounds like you have a beautiful, you've done a good job, you and your wife, with your children, because that's no small thing. And I know getting a nursing degree, how hard that is, because I have nurses in my family, and look, they don't do anything but study and work. So you want us to hear from your wife now?
She's shy. We discussed us speaking to
It's not necessary, it's not, her name was just.
It's not.
It's not necessary.
Well, I could go ahead and tell you now, you don't have any opposition with law enforcement. In fact, there's not any opposition. So, anybody else want to say something? We're ready to vote. Yeah, Ms. Stapleton. Okay, so at this point, my vote is to grant you your pardon with firearms.
Mr. Price,
I concur, grant with firearms.
Mr. Freeman,
Grant with firearms.
Mr. Tillis.
You must know it. You got to.
The grant with firearms.
So much.
And I agree.
So much.
Yeah, we're gonna make that recommendation to the governor for you, so good luck to you.
Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate y'all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate our nurses too.
All right, the pardon board is reconvening this morning. Good morning. We're at David Wade Correctional Center. Warden, would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Yeah, good morning. Michelle Dozop, Warden. Brenda Ackland, Deputy Warden. Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel. And Sales Classification.
Danny Henshaw, Classification.
Becky Trupiano, Record.
All right, thank y'all. Thank you for accommodating us today. And we have, I can't say your last name, sir, so would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. Panagiotis Kondylis, 519597.
Now, pronounce the last name again.
Kondylis.
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 Yes,
Kondylis.
ma'am.
I got it. I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me acknowledge some guests that we have here with us today. On Zoom, we have former District Attorney Walter Reed, Leslie Thompson, a friend, your attorney, Rachel Connor, and here with us in Baton Rouge is your wife, Nancy Keith. Ms. Connor, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, everyone. Rachel Connor, and I'm here on behalf of Panagiotis Kondylis.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kondylis, let me read some identifying information into the record, then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Your case has been assigned to him. So you are here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. And your sentence was pretty complicated, but most recently you were sentenced July 2016 to 99 years at hard labor for the offense distribution of Schedule II cocaine as a habitual offender. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see in the record where you do have a parole eligibility date, which is in 2030.
Yes,
Is that right?
ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. We'll get a little more into that shortly, but I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Kondylis. How are you?
Good. Well, sir, thank you very much. And you?
All right. Look, tell me about what's happening and what happened, what caused you to be incarcerated.
A very stupid mistake. I brought a ball of cocaine to someone who asked me to go get a ball of cocaine for him. Just a stupid thing to do. One time, 150, but I don't know. I was not thinking clearly. There's no real excuse. I don't know what to say. He asked me to go get 8 ball. I pick up and I bring him 8 ball.
Were you using drugs?
I was using, I have injuries from the military, and I was using Vicodin ES, Soma, and Valium.
Warden, what's your comment about Mr. Kondylis?
Mr. Kondylis has been in our protective unit since he was arrived at David Wade due to his previous law enforcement employment. He's not a behavioral issue. He doesn't have any behavioral problems, has not received any rule violations since he's been here. He's completed several programs, including reentry, some anger management, living in balance, both phase 1 and 2, anger management, victim awareness. He's involved in our veterans program on the unit that he's housed in addition to our AANA. He has a good work performance as far as his work supervisor is concerned. He does plan to live with his wife and receive benefits from his VA and Social Security. But as far as his disciplinary conduct here, he's not a behavioral problem.
Thank you so much. I guess at this time, we'd like to hear from his wife.
Can you step up to the podium, ma'am? Right here.
I'm Dr. Nancy Keefe, PhD in social work. My husband is a very honest gentleman with high values obtained from his family. It's the years schooled at St. Paul's High School in Covington, Louisiana, and while serving in the Navy. Prior to his incarceration, he was bound for the Secret Service, but yet over the years, the TBI has advanced and deteriorated his mental health. Due to the TBI, the personal assistance for him is for him to remember, obtain, and reach future goals as needed. I've known him from the time we were teenagers and associated in the same social circles and in the same community. We are married about 3.5 years ago. Even though it has been an prison arrangement over the years, we've gotten to know each other mentally, psychologically, financially, and emotionally. Due to the unfortunate circumstances of the psychiatrist that misdiagnosed an unethical prescription application in which the psychiatrist bent to the district attorney's demands, my husband was admitted to East Hospital in Jackson, Louisiana. In turn, he was given psych meds that should never have been prescribed. The effects of the psychotropic medication on a non-psychotic patient can be significant, leading to various adverse psychiatric effects. These effects can include increased emotional suffering, subjective distress, and depression. Abruptly stopping psychiatric medication can lead to withdrawal symptoms, worsening mental health condition, and potential severe physical reactions. In my professional opinion, my husband struggled with these symptoms when he was released from DOC without being titrated off the medication. Therefore, his behavior contributed to the illegal and unlawful actions that were committed, but not an excuse. In 2021, we set up the Mount Olympus Foundation to assist veterans dealing with wide range of issues that included mental, spiritual, emotional, psychological, financial, and educational and relationship difficulties. The foundation was set up to support individuals with lacking coping skills affected by incarceration, addiction, and unemployment. Coping skills are essential for managing stress and emotional challenges. My husband has admitted and come to terms with the unlawful penalties and mistakes that he has committed in the past. He knows what he did was wrong and regrets the previous action taken. While incarcerated, he has tried to assist and support others to improve their lives. In addition, he has learned humility and a path to spirituality that has led to being grateful for the people and things that come into his life. Even though he is disabled, he can provide support to his home life and within the community. In my household, you will not have the time to sit around and do nothing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll have Miss Reed. Mr. Reed. Sorry about that, Walter. He's trying to get it on.
Hello?
We can hear you.
All right, I'm unmuted now.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Reed, go ahead and tell us what you want to tell us about your friend.
Kondylis, Yes, sir. My name is Walter Reed. My date of birth is June the 11th, 1946. I was the elected district attorney of the 22nd Judicial District, which includes Washington and St. Tammany parishes, for 30 years, from 1985 to 2015. And it was on my watch that we prosecuted Mr. Kondylis. He was part of an investigation of the Abita Springs Police Department, and the chief of that department corrupted the whole department. And there were 5, I think, officers. We took down 4 of them. He led these young officers into corruption. They were selling badges and stealing weapons selling weapons out of the evidence room, and it was just awful. And Mr. Kondylis, I think, was the youngest man in the police department at that time, and I knew him, and not a bad kid. He was very, very young at that time, early 20s. And I just find it breathtaking, ladies and gentlemen, that this young guy gets 99 years for his part in this. The chief of police, who's the bad guy in all of this, got much, much less. And he got more than all 4 of the other people in the police department. And I just, my God, this is so wrong. I remember entering into some plea negotiations with his lawyer. And I mean, it was nowhere near 99 years. I mean, I agreed to let him plead to 20-something years or something like that. And now I find out that it's 99 years. I mean, this is, I was DA for 30 years, and I have never heard of anything, I use the word again, breathtaking. Folks, please do something about this injustice. Folks, I'm 80 years old. I have stage 4 cancer. I've had 2 heart attacks, 2 strokes over the past 5 years, and I'm not going to be here very much longer. I have not much time left on this planet, and one of the things that I want to do before I pass is to correct this wrong. Oh my God, this is so wrong. Wrong. I mean, I don't appear before you just casually. I mean, this was difficult, and my health really didn't allow me to come personally, so I'm communicating with in this mode. But he's become my brother knows him, and he's become a minister. He's become an Orthodox Greek minister, and I'm told he wants to set up a church here in St. Tammany Parish. And folks, I can tell you, he will be well received here. He is not somebody that the community is afraid of. He is a minister. I think he would be well received here. And I just ask you, God, please, please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to right this wrong. This happened on my shift. I have no idea how he gets from me negotiating with his lawyer to 99 years. I mean, gee, this is not right. Something is terribly wrong here. And I ask you to appear before you humbly, and I ask you to please, please right this wrong before I pass. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reed. We appreciate your comment. Next, Mr. Thompson. Miss Thompson, I guess. Leslie Thompson.
That's
Leslie. Got it. I know. Still on mute.
Okay, I think that's unmuted. Got me?
Got you now. Got you now.
All right, all right. Wow, that was just touched my heart. Touched my heart. Listen to the district attorney. I want to thank the board for allowing me this 3-minute opportunity, because I wrote some notes, but I won't exceed the 3-minute mark. Kondylis is just a good guy. Just to narrow it down to the lowest denominator, that guy's just a good guy. I got a chance to know him during the year 2013 to 2015. Again, as we said earlier, my name is Leslie Thompson, and I am the 3-term former mayor of the town of Jonesboro, Louisiana. My second term, I was accused and convicted of malfeasance in office, but once the Supreme Court heard my case, they overturned it all. And that's what actually caused me to have the opportunity to go inside the system to meet a guy like Mr. Kondylis. Tyke, I'm a pretty good judge of character. And to see Tyke and to watch him on a day in, day out basis, never showed anything but courteousness. He was always super respectful, and that was just not to the positions of authority. That was to everybody around him. He was always trying to take classes, always trying to find the next class in his pursuit to rehabilitation. And I said that I would be very surprised, knowing the guy that I know, if somebody told me he would get a disciplinary write-up. I just didn't believe that he would ever get one of those, and I think I'm right about that as well. I'll say in closing that I have super respect for the board and appreciate the degree of difficulty of the task that you have before you. You have the opportunity to review the inmates' past records, and with other factors then to try to make a presumption as to what his future actions and activities would be. I just wanted to come before you today to let you know that on my behalf, as someone who would have a firsthand account of who he has become and who he is now as a result of the impact of his incarceration, I think this guy should be given a second chance. And I just wanted to be here to say that. And I really would hope that that would happen. And I would say in closing that what he did, he made a bad mistake. He made a mistake. He made bad decision, but he's not a bad person. And please consider releasing him if you would. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I got this one right. Ms. Connors.
Close, it's Connor, but very close. It's really a pleasure to represent people when the individuals around that person really demonstrate their character. And what we have in this situation is a district attorney coming not in opposition, but actually coming at Mr. Kondylis's request as a personal recommender, and to recommend to this board that the board consider commuting his sentence. Mr. Kondylis is 58 years old. He has served, I think, 16 years of his 99-year sentence. And what occurred here was a real miscarriage of justice, is that while District Attorney Reed was in office, there was a plea that was negotiated to a much lesser term. When he left office, Mr. Kondylis, a multi-bill was filed, and his sentence increased from that original agreement to this 99-year sentence that he's now serving. Mr. Kondylis is incredibly contrite. He is now there for the distribution of 3.5 grams of cocaine. That's what an 8-ball is. It's 3.5 grams of cocaine, one sale. He has done everything, in spite of the miscarriage of justice, he has done everything while incarcerated that could possibly be expected of someone in his situation. He's taken every single class he can. He's given back. He is mentoring other veterans. He has a job that he does to the best of his ability. And he has been determined to be 100% disabled by the Veterans Administration. He has a traumatic brain injury, and that he was mismanaging pain medication and he's dealt with his substance abuse issues. As you can see, he has partnered himself with a very educated and no nonsense woman. He has surrounded himself with incredible support systems, and he's made a lot of changes from the person he was when he made these mistakes. So not only was this incident an incident that was out of character for him, he has done everything that he needs to do to make sure that nothing of this sort ever happens again. He's a military veteran. He was convicted by a non-unanimous juror. He's had 0 infractions since he's been in there, 0 positive drug screens. And for all of those reasons, he's undertaken vocational training. He's done Celebrate Recovery. He participates in AANA. He's done Thinking for a Change, anger management, victim awareness. There is, in my opinion, nothing more that he can accomplish while incarcerated, and we're respectfully asking the board, he would be eligible for parole as the chairwoman noted in 2030, and what we're asking for is a commutation of his sentence to something closer to his original sentence, which would have allowed him for immediate parole eligibility. And so unless there are any questions, I think that his supporters and his wife and he himself can speak better to his character. But I think he, in my opinion, of the people that I have represented before this board, he is among the top candidates for a commutation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any of my colleagues have any questions?
I'm sorry.
Tough case.
I don't see any other questions. You ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant with commutation of sentence to 45.
Okay. Ms. Stapleton?
I wanted to ask you, with immediate parole.
Immediate parole release.
Okay, all right, my vote is to grant with immediate parole release eligibility.
You want to leave the sentence at 99?
Now, what should I change it to? Is it
He said
2030?
45.
45.
45
With immediate parole eligibility.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
Grant with 30-year sentence and immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Freeman.
I think the plea bargain offer was 35, but I'm going to go with my colleague and go with 30 with immediate parole eligibility.
I can do 30.
All right, well, my vote is going to be to commute the sentence also. I was going to do the 35 years, but I'll go with the 30. So commute to 30 years with immediate parole eligibility. Mrs. Stapleton, you want to reconsider?
Yeah, I want to reconsider. I'd like to do mine 30 with immediate parole eligibility.
Good. What you do? You good?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll go with 30.
So, Mr. Kondylis, you've received a unanimous vote to make the recommendation that your sentence be commuted to 30 years with immediate parole eligibility. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
What's this right here mean? Okay.
That's it.
That Booker?
Mm-hmm. It's not gonna be again. All right, Mr. Simpson, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and
It's William Simpson, 443710.
That's what I got. Good, thank you. So, Mr. Simpson, let me acknowledge we have some folks that have joined us on Zoom. Your mother, Miss Patricia Simpson, sister-in-law Haley, and your brother Mike Simpson. I'm gonna read some information into the record, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Freeman. Okay?
Okay.
I get it. It's okay. Just calm down.
Just calm down.
So, Mr. Simpson, you're a fourth felony offender. You're currently serving a 21-year, 6-month sentence. You were sentenced in Ouachita Parish, September 2008 for attempted second-degree murder. You received a 20-year sentence. And then in Evangeline Parish, July 2010 for conspiracy to commit introduction of contraband.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see, you received a 1 year, 6 month, 18-month sentence on that. Is that right? Okay, you do have a parole eligibility date, which is in August of 2027, but your good time date comes before then. Your good time date is September 13, 2026. Does all that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his question?
Okay, Mr. Simpson, first off, I mean, as she stated, next year on September 13th, you get out. So
Yes,
if we
sir.
go through all this today, you still would have to get signed by the governor, and then it would have to be to come in front of the board.
Yes, sir.
So you understand all of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what you seeking today? You want us to try to cut your time to where you get out immediately?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, tell me what you did and why should I consider letting you out today?
Well, I mean, I want to start by saying, you know, there really wasn't no excuse for what I did, but I had I had I had saved my girlfriend at the time leaving someone's house, and I tried to call, wouldn't answer. I ran her off the road, and that's basically that's basically it. You know, and
Tell me what happened. Now, come on, you didn't just run her off the road. Tell me what you did after you ran her off the road.
well, I mean, I pulled her out of the car, and I seen that she was bleeding and everything, so I was gonna bring her to the hospital. And I pulled over down the road to use the bathroom, and she got out of the car and ran to my mama's house.
That, like I say, okay, because I mean, according to the arrest report, you pulled out the car, beat her, and you choked her.
I was drinking at the time, and I mean, that's no excuse for that's no excuse for what happened. And if I did, I really don't remember, sir.
Okay. All right, and then tell me about the second charge with you and your brother.
I was at I think with Pine Prairie at the time, and I asked him to drop me something off, and he did, and we got caught. I mean,
okay. All right, Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Simpson?
So, inmate Simpson's been here since 2011. He's been our trustee for us since 2017. He drives, heavy equipment, and, he works, I mean, his work ethic is very good, as you'll see from his supervisor's evaluation. You know, he's always very polite and, no behavioral problem whatsoever. And he, you know, he has a respect for authority and continues to, you know, do an excellent job for us as a trustee, which is appreciated. He does have a plan to live with his brother and work with his brother. So he does have an employment plan already lined up, with his brother, Michael, Simpson. So, but as far as any concerns here, we've never, seen any kind of behavioral issues. He's completed anger management, living in balance, both phases 1 and 2. And AANA. He's currently a member of AANA, just completed his 12 steps, also has a Surf Safe certification, and has completed reentry.
Okay, thank you very much, Warden. We appreciate that. Okay, also, we have speaking on your behalf, Michael Simpson, your brother.
yes, sir.
Tell us what you want us to know about your brother, Mr. Simpson.
Good. It's me. Yeah, sorry about that. Good afternoon. How y'all doing? I miss my brother. He's my Bubba. He's my big brother. Yeah, we got in some trouble. You know, he asked me to drop him some marijuana off, and I did. Being as my big brother, I tried to help him any way I can. I think he's changed a lot. I think he was 30 something when he went in. He's 50 now. He was 32 when he got the charge happened, and he's 52 now. He was gonna come up. He was supposed to have a good term date in 2023, and 2 or 3 weeks before he got released, they come and recalculate his time, and they messed it up. So he had to do 37 more months. And that's where we're at now. I'm glad that once he learned that news, he didn't do nothing different. He stayed the course. He did what he's supposed to do, kept working, kept doing everything. A lot of people probably would have gave up by that time, you know. Been 16 years looking at a date, you know, and he's got a job with me. I move portable buildings for Graceland Portable Buildings, the probably the largest portable building company in the nation. He's got we bought a new double wide a few years back, and I saved my old mobile home for him. It's light, water, everything's ready for him to come on and move in. Like I said, he's got a job. I got a 98 Z71. I was gonna let him use for transportation when he's off, but we work so much he ain't gonna have much days off. I usually work 5-6 days a week, daylight till after dark. But me and my family, we go to Celebrate Recovery on Whites Ferry Road. The victim is the mother to my nephew and my niece. We all see each other for holidays. All my family lives, my immediate family, my other two brothers, their wives and kids, and my mom. We all live in like a 3-mile radius out here in the country and Washita Parish towards Jackson Parish. We just want them home. We need them home. And my mom's not getting no younger. My dad passed away in 2014, 11 years ago. So he missed that. I know he's doing good. I know he learned how to weld down there. I don't think he got to finish it because I think the program funding might have got cut short or something like that. But I know how I talk to him when we go visit him, and when we on the phone call, I can tell he's learned his lesson. He understands what he did, and he knows he did wrong. He just wants a chance to prove that he's a different person and a better person, and be a grandfather for his grandkids and be a father for his kids. You know, I told him it's not going to be easy when you come out here. It's easy in there because everything's pretty much halfway done for you. Out here, it's totally different. Bills rolling in, things happen, you know. But yeah, I wish he'd come home as soon as possible. A day early is a day early.
All right, gotcha. All right, and I think you sounded like you had his mother there with you, Patricia Simpson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Simpson, what would you like to tell us?
Or do you unmute this?
It's talking.
Oh, I'm talking already. Okay, yes. I call him Bug. That started whenever he was a baby. But anyway, he was 33 then, and he's 52 now. He's been gone 18 years. He has 3 beautiful grandchildren that he has not had any opportunity to be with. He had his daddy. We lost his daddy to cancer September 1st of 2014. He was able to come to the funeral, but he's never seen the headstone. His children have graduated. His youngest is 18 now. She wasn't born whenever he was out. That happened before she was born, when their mother was a few months pregnant. And that was one of the things. And I'm the one that called the police that night. I'm the one that turned him in. Do I regret it? No. I think he got, in my opinion only, I think he got an excessive amount of time for what happened. Was it attempted murder? This is my opinion only. No. Aggravated assault? Yes. But that's my opinion only, and I'm ready for my son, one of my babies. I have 4 of them, and he's the oldest, to come home to be with me. I'm 70 years old now. I'm not, that's almost 20 years difference. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much.
You. Okay, and Haley Simpson, sister-in-law.
Hey, yes, sir. My name is Haley Simpson. I call him Bug too. I am Bug's sister-in-law. I've been married to Michael for 11 years now. I've known Booger longer, about 15, 20 years. And I knew him, back then. And I went and visited him several times, since he's been incarcerated. And I can tell a difference in him. He's a total different person because, you look at him back then, his eyes, he looked lost and he just looked like he would, he needed help. But I feel like, he's been there for a while. He's had enough time to sit there and really think and get his life together and, just become a normal person. And I feel like he's ready to, you know, get home and just be a productive member of society and just have a normal life, you know. And he does have a job whenever he does get out.
In a home.
And a house. And I have 4 kids of my own, and I know that they'll keep Uncle Booger pretty busy.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's ready, and I feel like that he just needs to get out so he can start his life and have a second chance. Thank you.
You. Okay, so now
Yes.
we'll go to Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, I see you've had, I think it's 4 DWI arrests. Have you taken any treatment since you've been in prison?
Yes, sir. I took 12 steps. I mean, and I attend AA, you know, and I did the substance abuse.
So he's done Living in Balance, both phase 1 and 2, and he's currently active in AANA because he just recently finished his 12 steps, but he's been active since 2015 in AANA.
Okay, thank you very much, Warren, appreciate that. Okay, and do you have any contact with your daughter?
It's I talk to her periodically. I mean, you know, I've kind of lost contact with all my children over the past 3 years or so, over the past couple years. And that's more, I mean, that's what I want more than anything is to get out there and try to build a relationship with my children and my children and my grandchildren, you know. So.
All right, and I will say that both DAs are opposed, the judge is opposed, both sheriffs are opposed, and the chief, and attorney general. But that's usual. And I have no other questions.
Any other questions? I don't see any other questions, Mr. Simpson, so we'll call for the vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Simpson, I think you're doing very well, but I do think the sentence was appropriate. And you're getting out in 10 months. So my vote today is going to be to deny, and please stay in that AA. And if you can, get a victims class in there again too. So my vote today is to deny. Prop 70 a good time.
Mr. Tillett?
All right, thank you.
Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton? I concur with Mr. Freeman. Mr. Crowe?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
All right, Mr. Simpson, it's, you know, your application's been denied. That's not a reflection on how you're doing. You're doing very well. We just realized that if we voted to grant you, we couldn't get it processed before your good time date. There's no way it would get done before your good time date. So good luck to you. Stay the course.
All right.
Warden, that
Thank
concludes
you.
our business. It's 12:18. We're going to sign off.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
right, the pardon board is reconvening. We're now at Franklin Parish Detention Center. It is Wednesday, October 29th, 2025, and we have before us Mr. Randall.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. Let me just first ask the officer there with you to introduce himself for the record. Yes, sir. Could you just introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name's Sammy Barnes.
All right, Mr. Burns, thanks for accommodating us today.
You're quite welcome.
Is there anything before you take that up? Wait, well, too late. All right. Mr. Randall, did you tell me your DOC number? What's your DOC number again?
571-249.
So you're here today, Mr. Randall, seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, November 2015. You were for armed robbery and possession of Schedule 1. You received a 20-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not eligible for parole, but you do have a good time date, which is in January 2030. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your case today has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, and we have some folks that have joined us by Zoom, and Mr. Freeman will introduce those in just a minute. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Randall, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put into prison, and why do you think, what have you done to improve yourself the way you think we should consider making a recommendation to reduce your time?
Yes, sir. I committed a crime of armed robbery, and I was sentenced to 20 years. Since I've been incarcerated, I have been through counseling. I've taken classes to help change my way of thinking, to help improve the skills that I have to be a productive citizen. I've taken parenting classes and spiritual classes. I've started going to church and reading the Bible and, just communicating with my family more, trying to learn how I could better myself and be a better father and family member and citizen.
You said you took some classes. What class was your favorite class? What you got the most out of?
Oh, I got a lot out of all of them. I think my favorite would have been parenting.
And what you got out of parenting that you didn't know before?
Well, because I have children, and it taught me how to communicate better. Taught me how to communicate and how to actually stop and assess situations and handle them accordingly.
Okay, just one other thing too. It shows that you lost 60 days of good time, but there's no disciplinary reports in the record. What'd you lose that good time for?
A contraband write-up when I was housed in DCI.
Okay, and what was the contraband?
It was some medicine that I had. In 2017, I was on dialysis. And I got a write-up because I put my medicine in my locker, and you're not supposed to do that, but it was hard for me to take the medicine and not eat. So I went to lunch, and then I came back and took the medicine. By the time I got back to my locker, it was already found.
Okay. Okay, well, let's hear from the people here that are here to support you. Miss Victoria Lewis Washington, your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
Miss Washington.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am. Tell us what
Okay.
you want us to know about your grandson.
All right. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for hearing us. I'm not only his grandmother, but I'm also a product of the Department of Correction. I retired from DOC in 2003. I work at the Department of Correction as the clinical director under Secretary Carolyn McGugan and Secretary Richard Stalder. And so Joshua, during my time of working with DOC, I let him travel to these various areas with me, hoping that he would get an understanding of what we were doing and how to avoid him getting into this problem. Joshua was the only child for 13 years, and he thought he was missing something by not having brothers and sisters. So he gravitated to his cousins and his brothers who really were not on his side. And so because he was the only child, it appears that he was spoiled, but he wasn't. Because when he took the test in Colorado, when we evacuated there, he scored extremely high. He was in the 10th grade when he left here, but when he got to Colorado, he scored beyond the 12th grade. So he's not a dummy. But anyway, I've been observing Joshua because, as I say, I work for the Department of Correction, so I know people. The first thing people do when they come in is they want to go home, and so you have to observe that everybody want to go home. So I know that, and so I listened to him throughout the years of him being incarcerated, and I listened for change. And so I began to hear change in his conversation. I began to hear that he understood that things are not Joshua, but things are the way the world operate. And he began to see that you can have blood relatives, but they're not really family to you, and that they're not for your well-being. So I'm grateful for that, because if he come out, that means I won't have a problem with him hanging with these same people who he think were family. As his grandmother and as a pastor of a ministry, I'm willing to work and assist Joshua in his transition back into society so that he can be a law-abiding citizen. And currently, because my church is in need of a maintenance person, I did have a maintenance person, but the person got sick. I'm hiring Joshua to do the maintenance work for me, and hopefully he'll stay a while and get it done, because I know he's going to look for a higher paying job than what the church can pay him, but we're going to pay him what we can pay him. And so that's what we're going to be doing with Joshua. I think Joshua is a very mannerable person. He knows right from wrong. He just needs to put it into effect. And I'm grateful that you're hearing us today, and that praying that we will have a favorable outcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and we're gonna hear from Shirlene Randall Johnson, your mother.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Shirlene Randall Johnson. Yes, I'm Joshua's mother, and I appreciate you guys hearing our request for Joshua's release. Well, like I say, I'm his mother, and all I can say is that yes, I do desire for Joshua to come home. I've been raising his children since he's been incarcerated, and I really believe they need their father at this time. They're both teenagers now. When he was incarcerated, they were 2 and 3 years old. Now they are 16 and 15. So, and we're looking forward to him coming home and being a part of their lives. I do, as my mother said, I have noticed change in Joshua's conversation. He has matured in his thinking and his and what his responses are. So when we ask him stuff, so I appreciate that. And he has grown some, like he said, he's been taking classes. So I do believe that I would appreciate Joshua being released. I do believe he can be a good citizen and an asset to our community. And so I thank you guys for the opportunity to come before you and on Joshua's behalf and request. He's going to be living in my home. We're going to be there to help him to transition in society. We have a vehicle available to him. We, like I say, our home is available. We have a vehicle available. We're available to him as both counselor, family, and anything that he needs at that time during his transition. So once again, I appreciate you guys allowing me to come before your board and request Josh's request. And I just look forward to a favorable outcome, and I thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
And they can't get back in touch.
Okay. Okay. Should I say that?
We should check in.
Okay. We'd like you to know that your aunt Sharon Preston checked in, but she can't get back on. So you also have Tony Cumberbatch, who is a family friend here in support but will not be speaking. Okay, now we'll go to the opposition, Mr. Randall Myers and Jefferson.
Good afternoon, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We're opposed to Mr. Randall at this time. He's got a violent criminal history with numerous crimes against the person. And I've seen only one program dealing with anger issues, and that was completed in 2016. Except for his victim accountability letter training, he hasn't taken any programs except after completing 100 hours since 2017. The needs assessment shows he's got a moderate risk for antisocial thinking and a high assessment for substance abuse. With that, he's only taken Living in Balance in 2016, and he's failed to take any other substance abuse programs. He does have a 2018 certificate for attending 3 months of AA, but there's no indication in the record that he has continued with the AA or taking any other substance abuse programs. So based on that and his guilty plea where he agreed to a 20-year sentence without benefit of parole, we're opposed to his request.
Okay, Mr. Joshua, I was assigned your case. So this was a friend of yours was dating the girl that ran the store, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this was all set up. I mean, you were supposed to go in and rob the store. Obviously, you knew the girl behind the register, I would take it, since it was your friend.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, she obviously knew you. I mean, did she know you was coming to rob the store too?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay, I kind of figured she would. And the boyfriend stood outside the whole time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they used you as a guinea pig pretty much. Okay, I will say that you do have opposition from the sheriff and the attorney general. The victim said they would leave it up to us. You're in the parish jail. Do they offer any? I bet you, do y'all even have AA at that parish jail?
Not at this present moment. The program has changed. You have to be a third offender now, a third offender or more in order to take any programs or classes.
Wow, that's backwards. Yeah. Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Mr. Randall.
Yes, sir.
What have you really learned? I mean, I assume you were a little immature at the time of this. So since you matured, what's going on with you now?
Well, sir, I've learned that the choices that I make now not only affect me, but those around me, those who look up to me and care about me, like my family, my sons, people in my community, my church family. So I've learned now to not act on impulse and not to just not think at all. I've learned to sit back and assess a situation now. I've learned the concept of patience. It's pretty hard to learn patience, you know, the full meaning of patience while you're incarcerated, because you have no choice but to do what you have to do or do what you're supposed to do. But I've learned the concept of patience. And I've learned a great many other things. Like I said, I've taken a lot of spiritual classes since I've been in jail, since I've been incarcerated. I've taken a lot of, you know, like thinking for a change and anger management and living in balance and all that. And I learned that I don't need substances or anything to be happy. I don't need substances to have fun. I've learned that a lot of people are not your friends. People that smile in your face are not your friends. They say you're friends, but you have to learn how to discern the difference between a friend and a person that's just trying to use you. I've learned that the most important thing right now is making sure my sons don't follow in my footsteps.
It sounds like you took it a little bit. I appreciate that comment. I have no more questions.
Any other questions? Do you have a job? You don't work, do you?
Right now I'm a trustee. I iron clothes for the sheriff department and the wardens and stuff like that.
Okay. We want to ask the officer there what he can tell us about you. Can you give him the headphones?
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask you what you.
Hello?
Mr. Burns, do you know Joshua?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything you can tell us about him?
Between me and him, or the way things are going around here, I think he's a great guy. He's learned a lot from what he has been through, things like that. Between me and him, he's always been courteous, willing to help anybody around him, and help, other guys understand about the runnings around here.
He's got a good conduct record, right?
Yes,
Can he
ma'am.
write
Yes,
notes?
ma'am, he does. Yes, ma'am, he does. He really does.
All right, well, good. Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
gonna talk back.
Okay, you're quite welcome. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Randall, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. Randall, I think the sentence was appropriate, but I do think you should be parole eligible. I think you've done enough, so my vote is gonna be to grant you immediately parole eligibility.
Thank you.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
And I deny based upon law enforcement opposition with the judge, the AG, sheriff, and the DA. And you do have some violent history towards persons in the past and extensive criminal history.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
All right, my vote today would also be to give you the relief through parole. So my vote would be to commute your sentence to make you immediately parole eligible. So you've received 4 votes in that regard. So we're going to make the recommendation to the governor that your sentence be commuted so that you can be immediately parole eligible. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And my vote is based on there's no victim opposition in this most recent case. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. One more question.
Yes.
Can you explain what that means?
That just means governor signs it, then you'll be immediately eligible for parole. We'll do a pre-parole hearing on you and you'll come in front of the board.
Okay, thank you.
You got it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, that
Thank you.
concludes our
Keep doing a good
business in
job.
Franklin. We're going to sign off at 12:40.
Good, man.
Grant.
All right. Good afternoon. The Pardon Board is now convening in Madison Parish South. Today is Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. It's 12:43 in the afternoon. Would the officer there in Madison please introduce yourself for the record?
I'm video conference officer.
I'm sorry?
Paul Kamek, I'm the video conference officer.
Oh, okay. So you're just the video conference officer. Well, thanks for taking care of us today. We appreciate it. And we have there Mr. Joseph.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Jonathan Joseph, number 594627.
All right. And you have some family on Zoom today. You can see them. We'll introduce them in just a moment. First, I'm going to read some information into the record so you can tell me if it's correct. Mr. Joseph, we're seeking a commutation of your sentence, and your sentence is you have a 19-year sentence. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish in August of 2016 for a manslaughter conviction and attempted armed robbery with a firearm, 3 counts. Is that information correct? Okay, and you do have a good time date, which is in March of 2029. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. So your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Doing fine.
Okay. Mr. Jonathan, tell me what you did and what you've done since you've been incarcerated.
Since being incarcerated, I've acquired my GED and certificates for other classes, such as early risk management, anger management, and partners in parenting.
Okay. Why did you get incarcerated?
In 2013, I tried to go sell some electronics to some Hispanic men, and I brought a friend along with me, and the situation turned bad. It was never my intentions to rob or harm anybody, but it just went sour, and I had to pay for it.
Okay. All right. Have you had a victim awareness class?
Excuse me?
Have you taken a victim awareness class?
This facility doesn't offer that type of class. It really doesn't offer too many classes, but every class they offer, I've signed up for it.
Okay. All right. Well, good. Well, let's hear from some folks. You've got some folks on Zoom, your mom and 2 grandmothers, and they want to speak. And let's hear from the mom first, Miss Joseph. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
I am Shamara Joseph, his mother, Jonathan's mother. And I just wanted to say that I'm hopeful and wishful that he's granted the opportunity to be able to come and be with his family again. He has been punished. I'm not justifying the situation that got him where he is, but he's been in there 12 years so far, and he's grown. I talk to him constantly all the time, and I can hear how much he's grown. I haven't been able to physically touch my son because he's so far away. I'm not a driver. So I haven't been up to visit him. He hasn't had any family contact visits since he's been in Madison. So we're all eager to see him and to be reunited with him again. He has a daughter that I'm currently raising. She's 13. And she's eager to get to know her dad. She was 1 year old when he went in, and she's ready to build their relationship with him. She talks to him a lot, and I want to say that he's learned the value of friendship while being in there, because the friend that he had, it all turned sour once they got locked up. I want to say that he's learned that every consequence have actions, and that he's grown and he's ready to come out and be repopulated into society and start. And I always told him, like, you're not too old, you're still young, you have a life, you can get your life back together. And he's looking forward to that, and I hope you guys can give him the opportunity to do so.
Okay. All right, well, let's hear from one of the grandmothers. I assume that y'all are on Zoom. Let's hear from Diane Curtin.
Okay, I'm speaking.
You can talk now.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
My name is Diane Curtin. I'm his grandmother.
Can you hold it together? Don't cry.
Haven't seen him in all them years. I'm sick. He lost his grandfather while he was back there. He couldn't see him. He lost a couple of family members. I think he learned his lesson. I don't think he's ever coming back no more. And I would love to see him come home so he could see me.
Okay.
Because I'm sick. I'm real sick.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And I don't know how long I got left here. But I would love to see my grandbaby. He's my oldest grandchild. Firstborn.
Your first son first.
He's my firstborn.
Okay.
And I would
All right.
love to see my grandbaby.
Well, thank you. I'm sure you do. And maybe things will work out. Let's hear from Claudette Joseph, please. Is Miss
Hello?
Joseph? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm his grandmother. I also would love for him to come home. I do believe he done learned his lesson. He went in there at 19 and he's coming out grown. He's been in there a very long time. And I would love to see him. I am very sick. And he was living with me at the time. And I know he would be a lot of help to me. I would like him to come home to be helpful with me. Help me get through what I'm going through.
Okay.
But I really believe he done learned his lesson and he ready to come back to society.
Okay. I appreciate that. All right. Mr. Joseph, now it's time to talk to you some more. Tell me about the day in question. Talk to me about the day in question. What happened that day?
I went to sell these Hispanic gentlemen some electronics, a camera specifically. They denied it because the battery was dead. So I told them I had a cell phone at home to sweeten the deal. They said, go and get the phone and they might buy it. I went back to get the phone, and on my way back to them, I met up with a friend from school who asked to tag along because he had nothing going on. I agreed to it, not realizing how it would look coming back with somebody else at that moment. But when we got there, I could tell that they was already answered because they was picking up sticks and bottles and whatever they could. We tried to defuse the situation, but I think the language barrier made it worse because none of them even spoke English. And one of them made like a, a, a quick movement, shots was fired, and I ran for my safety. It was never intended to be a robbery, let alone a murder, none of that. I just went there to make money because my daughter's birthday was coming up and I didn't even have a job.
Okay, so you didn't have a gun and y'all weren't trying to rob them, is that correct?
No, I didn't have a gun and it wasn't intended to be a robbery.
Okay, all right. You pled guilty to some things. So what did you plead guilty to?
I pled guilty to the manslaughter and the attempted armed robbery only because my state appointed lawyer told me it was in my best interest. And I really felt mishandled by the state appointed lawyers because during the 2 years I fought the charge, I had 4 different lawyers. And I don't know why the first 3 quit on me, but the last one, he really didn't do too much. I never even seen my own discovery packet. I just listened to whatever they told me. I was young. I didn't really know what was going on. He told me it was in my best interest to take that deal. If I didn't, it was a possibility we could go to trial and I could get life.
Yes, sir, because you got 19 years total. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty good. Pretty light sentence for 3 counts of attempted armed robbery and a manslaughter plea. So I think you did pretty good, but I won't get into all that. You got a good time date of 3/2029. Is that correct? You're gonna get out in 2029?
That's what's on my rap sheet. That's correct.
Yes, sir. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
I just have one.
Go ahead.
Tell me, why did you lose your good time? What happened?
I lost good time because at this facility, we have assigned racks, but they don't really enforce their rules, so no one really sleeps in their assigned racks. And one day, they did a shakedown where they come and search the dorm, and they found a pair of scissors on the empty rack, which just so happened to be my assigned rack. Nobody slept there. They didn't have a bed there, nothing. And I got wrote up for it.
All right, now see, you got that back. You got the time back.
Yeah, I wrote for it. I got it back.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
Does it?
No, I don't have a question.
When you, point of order, I guess you might say, with somebody that's more experienced with the Department of Corrections, when you get your time back, does that mean that you worked and got it back, or you were found innocent?
You worked.
Yeah,
You have to be right up free for a certain
right.
period of time.
He earned it
You're
back
right.
by
You earned it back.
being good disciplinary. He was being
Okay.
good, so they gave it back.
And I see where you had a carnal knowledge conviction one time. Tell me about that.
Because when I was 17, I was new to a neighborhood and started dealing with this girl without knowledge of her age. And because of how she looked, I didn't think to ask for her age. And then when I found out about it, well, when they found out about it, her daddy confronted me about it. And I was just so embarrassed, I couldn't even admit dealing with her at that time. But I was young then. I was like 17. I still don't really know how old she was. I was just embarrassed to find out she was that younger than me.
Okay.
How old was she? How old was she?
I really don't know her. I still don't know her age. I don't know.
14. She was 14.
Yeah, he was 17. She was.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
All right, Mr. Joseph, I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Mr. Joseph, I think you got a pretty good deal with the 19 years on such serious charges, pleading guilty to it. My recommendation is that we deny this And that it's my recommendation that you be shipped to a facility that has some programming. You're so open to it. And I think you're right on the verge, but with the seriousness of this crime and the fact that you already have a good time date in 2029, I'd like between now and your good time date for you to get some real good programming on victim awareness and any other thing that they have, and maybe get some work time in.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
Mrs. Staples. I concur. All right, Mr. Joseph. You've got 4 votes to deny your application today, but we are going to make the recommendation that you be afforded some program opportunities. That means they're going to have to move you somewhere. And be open to programs. Good luck.
Thank you.
That concludes our business in Madison. We'll sign off at 12:59. All right, good afternoon. This is Ms. Taggart. You're on mute.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. Would you introduce yourself? Please tell us your name and your current mailing address.
CARA TAGGART, 2570 South River Bend Road, Cottonwood, Arizona, 86326.
All right, thank you. And you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a conviction in East Baton Rouge Parish, April 1995, for simple robbery.
Yes, ma'am.
Sentencing was deferred. You received a 5-year probation sentence, and that was revoked. So then your sentence was then in 1996, November of 1996, you received a 6-year hard labor sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case today has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. I'm going to turn it over to her.
Yes, ma'am. I ran into some problems with your application. On the form, it says if applicant was placed on parole and probation supervision, was the period of supervision revoked for any reason? And the answer to that should have been yes, twice. Did it just slip your mind?
Yeah, I thought it was the last time is what it was referring to when I got out in 2002. My apologies.
Okay, because let's see, in 1996, your probation was revoked, and then you were You were revoked again. You had a new arrest of DUI and battery on a police officer, so you were revoked. So, and then I have extreme victim opposition for the one that happened, and she is very upset about the possibility of you getting a pardon. So I've got two things, the revocations and the extreme victim opposition. Does anybody else, other people may have questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Jennifer King, Jennifer King. Would you like to speak, please?
Chat.
Sure. Yeah, yes, thank you guys for allowing me to be here today. This is very hard for me. It's been over 30 years since this crime was committed. I was a college student at LSU at the time. So I would like to just point out that she lied on her application about the extent of the crime committed against me back in October of 1994. She says it was a robbery, which is what the charges were dropped by me at the time down. So it was an aggravated carjacking. She had a weapon. She had a knife, which she fails to mention on the application. So it's not a robbery. It was carjacking at knife point. I was leaving the Taco Bell on Highland Road. I live in South Carolina now. Have no idea if it's still there. But she and her partner at the time threw me out of the vehicle at knife point, left me on the road, sped off down Highland Road, ended up crashing my car, rendering it inoperable, into another vehicle at Fraternity Circle. So her description of the events is largely minimized and inaccurate. And I found that to be very hard to read, quite honestly, because I gave her and Mr. Slinker, her partner, a lot of grace at the time because I was 20 years old. She was close to my age at the time. And as I said, I was a college student and felt like everybody makes mistakes. I'm a Christian. I believe in forgiveness. But her bringing this whole thing back up and then finding out her subsequent violations and then, again, lying on the application is why I feel so vehemently that this pardon should be denied.
Yeah, thank you for being able to speak to us today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again for allowing me to appear.
Okay, so Ms. Taggart, what would you like to say, ma'am?
I would just like to say that it's been over 20 years since I've been out of prison, and I have been 20 years almost at my job, contributing to society, not breaking the law. And I did not have a knife. I don't want to argue with her. It was not in the police report. I got in the passenger side of the vehicle after Raymond Slinker walked up to the car and took her out and said to get in. I got in the passenger side. I don't know where this knife is coming from. We had just left a bar. No weapon was involved in this at all. And I'm a productive member of society. I don't want this to be hanging over my head any longer. I've did my time and I am productive at like I said, I've been at my job almost 20 years and homeowner, taxpayer. I just think that I have done the right thing.
Do you remember the revocations?
Yes, I do. One in 96 and one in 99, I believe.
And the question on is, have you ever been revoked for any reason? And you put no.
I didn't mean to lie on the application. You guys have full history of my record. I thought it was talking about the last time that I got out of prison. I apologize for that.
Okay, well, I understand your apology and everything, but it still is what it said. And then the case was that it was pled down to what she said. And it was a case of aggravated. Does anybody else want to say anything? Okay.
May I say one more thing, ma'am?
Ma'am.
Am I allowed to say anything else?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
She talks about wanting to put this behind her, but if you read my victim impact statement, I don't appreciate her bringing this back up for me. I don't get in my car without making sure that my doors are locked. That was my mistake that night because my car doors were not locked when I was at that light on Highland. I won't drive at night by myself anymore because this happened. I had just gone out to get myself a study snack. I was a law-abiding citizen. Why is she bringing this back up for me? Because she wants to buy a gun? I'm a Second Amendment supporter. But why is she bringing this back up for me? That's what I don't. And then she lies and minimizes so she can get her way. I'm sorry. I have a very hard time with this.
I understand. Okay, well, thank you very much, okay? Okay, so this was sent to me by Pardon and Parole that the answer to the question was she revoked for any reason. This is totally, and she put no, this is totally and completely incorrect. She was indeed placed on probation for the simple robbery of 4495, originally billed as carjacking. For non-compliance and disregard of probation, including a new arrest for DUI and battery on a police officer, she was revoked 11/21/1996. There is no gray area on this. So.
All right, we're ready to vote?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Stapleton?
Okay, my vote today, based upon victim opposition and also the incorrect answer on the application, because you were revoked, is to not grant.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny, and because it's a violent crime and victim opposition.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to grant. It's been over 20 years. That is an extraordinary cleansing period.
Pardon with firearm?
No firearm.
Pardon without firearm?
Without, no firearm.
Mr. Tillett?
Violent.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to deny based on the false information contained in the application. So today, ma'am, your application has been denied. If you'd like to. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Oxley?
Yes.
There you go. Would you introduce yourself? Please tell us, your name and your current mailing,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. My name and what else?
current mailing address.
Okay. Hi, my name is SHEENA Garcia, also known as Oxley. Mailing address 162 McFalls Way, Blacklick, Ohio 43004.
All right, thank you. And we're here today because you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish, March of 2017, for arson with intent to defraud. Sentencing was deferred and you were placed on 3 years probation. Is that correct information?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Tell me what happened and what caused you to be here.
Well, I'm looking to change my life. I've completely changed my life in the last 10 years. So I'm looking to completely clear my record and, start over, give my life another chance.
What happened with the fire? You and your husband conspired to burn the house down?
No, that was all me. He still doesn't believe I did it till this very day. So it was just all me.
I see. Why do you need firearms?
I'm sorry?
You need a firearm. A gun. Why do you need to carry a gun?
I did not carry a gun. I don't know where that's coming from.
Well, why do you want to carry a gun?
Oh, why do I want to? For protection only. I feel like as a woman, I'm always exposed to danger. I've encountered dangerous situations before where I haven't been able to defend myself, so I would feel secure with a firearm.
Yeah, I read through your report. You wanted to teach your kids to obey the law and everything.
Yes.
Which is good. I have no questions. No more questions.
Any other questions?
What was the actual charge?
Arson.
Arson.
Just arson, not aggravated.
I think we have your husband. Is he there with you?
I don't know if he's on here.
Mr. Oxley? Is he there?
Here.
There he is. All right. There you are. Good afternoon, sir. What would you like us to know?
I don't believe she's done it. I'm still at a loss for words 10 years later.
Did he say he don't think she did it?
He doesn't believe she did it.
You don't believe she did it?
No. I mean, from what she told me, the cause of it was like I wasn't a good guy back then. I call myself a player. Unfortunately, my actions caused her to do what she did, and I'm still in disbelief.
All right.
Well, I think I read somewhere where you guys conspired, or you said if we didn't have this house, burn it down, we'd be better. Did you make that statement?
I did not make that statement. I don't know where you got that from, sir. That sounds bogus to me.
Okay. No more questions.
Okay. So, any other questions? All right, Ms. Garcia, I don't see any other questions, so we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny.
Ms. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny based upon criminal actions.
Mr. Prater? Mr. Prater?
Oh, I think,
No, I'm sorry.
I was, my vote's to grant without firearms.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to grant with firearms. I think this is your only charge on your record, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I thought.
All right, so Ms. Garcia, you got 2 votes to deny your application. You got, well, let me vote. My vote would also be to grant pardon without firearms.
Can I say something?
So you got 3 votes to grant, however, it requires 4. So today the outcome is that your application's been denied. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm sorry, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and current mail address.
My name is KALEM Geerts. My current mailing address is 1905 Washita, Washita, Midland, Texas, 79705.
All right, Mr. Geerts. I didn't know how to pronounce your name. I didn't want to mess it up. So thank you.
You're okay.
We also have your wife, Miss Diana Geerts. Is she there with you or is she at a different location?
She's at a different location.
Well, we're going to call on her in just a few minutes. First, Mr. Geerts, you're here today because you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes,
You were
ma'am.
sentenced December 2003 in Calcasieu Parish, simple criminal damage to property and possession of marijuana. Your sentencing was deferred and you were placed on 3 years probation. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
information? Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton.
Okay, why don't you tell us, why do you need a pardon today? What happened?
So when I was 17, I was, as a lot of younger people, hanging out with the wrong people, drinking, smoking marijuana, basically making a lot of bad decisions in my life, which led to us getting in trouble. And we made the case and justified it as we were bored and we didn't have anything to do. The fact of the matter is, we had idle hands and we had a lot of time on our hands and we were kids and highly immature. So the reason I'm in front of the board today is I'm requesting for my restoration with firearms and uh my record to be basically expunged of this. For the simple fact is I've grown a lot. I'm 41 now. Um, I've put myself through school uh, after my first marriage. During the period of me being homeless, I worked full time and went to school. And I graduated with a 3.0 with my associate's degree. After that, I started working for Chevron USA. Here recently, in about July of this year, they had a layoff, a massive layoff, and I got laid off. And luckily, I was blessed by meeting my wife uh, roughly at the beginning of COVID, and we've been married for about 3 years now. And we have a family company with me, her dad, and her mother. We have about 8 employees and we have 2 pulling units. So we do work in the oil field. Um, and my whole intention with the restoration of firearms is I have a daughter, 11-year-old daughter here in Midland. I have a 30-year-old son in Dallas. That's an ex-Marine. I have a 26-year-old son in Oklahoma City that works in the oil field over there. I have an 8-year-old grandson, which is number 2 in the state of Oklahoma in math. I have a under a year-old grandson now, and I would like to take my sons on a hunting trip and eventually teach my grandsons how to shoot. My daughter likes shooting as well. Unfortunately, I can't take her. My dad has to take her shooting and to teach her about safety and all that with firearms. I would also like it for self-protection. Um, I know the likelihood of self-protection is pretty low, but there is always a risk of that. So of my wife getting hurt or we're out with one of our grandchildren or something. So
Well, you've raised a wonderful family, Caleb.
thank you.
And on top of that, went through college being homeless. So
Yes, ma'am.
that's a lot about your determination to do well in life. So I congratulate you for all that you've accomplished. Diana Gertz, would you like to speak now, please?
Yes, ma'am. Let me get this
Okay.
going. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. Just as my husband mentioned earlier, I am married to Kalem Andrew Geerts. When I hear stories like this, I don't actually recognize any of it. He has made a complete turnaround. He is not the person he was then. I realize he was really young. I know that at that age, even I wasn't doing half of what he was doing, but kids in general they think they're invincible and, life is a party and all that good stuff. But like I said, when I hear stories of him talking about his past, which he doesn't do much, he's very focused on the future. He's very family oriented. I don't tend to recognize the person that he's talking about. He's a devoted father and grandfather. He's a very loving husband. He's completely smart and hilarious if you ever get the chance to just hang out with him. So I completely support his desire to kind of wipe the slate clean and move forward with his life. trying to do activities with our family that would bring the boys in. And as he mentioned, his daughter's interested in that as well. So I kind of just wanted to be here to support him and say that, whoever he was back when he committed, these terrible things, I just thank God that he no longer is, and that he has matured and grown and made something of himself and decided to become something completely different.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Caleb, I think, a big weight can be taken off your shoulders. You don't have any law enforcement opposition for you getting a pardon. And then when I read the report here, it says that KALEM GEERTS was compliant with the conditions of probation and paid his fees, fines, court costs, and you paid your restitution in full because y'all were throwing bricks that night. So
Yes, ma'am.
you satisfied everything that you were supposed to satisfy. So I don't have any questions past that.
I don't see any other questions. We're prepared to vote.
Well, I am so happy to say that I hope the governor signs it right away, but my vote is to grant you a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
and Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
As do I, sir. So on your behalf, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Jefferson. You're on mute.
Okay.
There you go. Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your mailing address.
It's going to be Gregory Charles Jefferson,
What's your mailing address?
3251 Matlock Road, Mansfield, Texas, 76063, apartment 3204.
All right, sir, thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were
Yes.
sent in August 1983 for in Caddo Parish for an armed robbery conviction. You received a 7-year sentence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it's our understanding that you appeared before a pardon board, different members of the board back in November of 2011.
Correct.
At which time you received a favorable vote of 4-1 to grant your make a recommendation that the governor grant your request. But that no action was taken by the governor at that time,
Correct.
right? So here we are again.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. He'll be asking you some questions.
Hey, Mr. Jefferson, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Good, good, good. Tell us why you need, why are you seeking a pardon and why do you need a gun right?
Okay. It's been 44 years from the time of my mishap. And throughout that time, I've gotten plenty of jobs, but there wasn't the jobs that would kind of like take care of my family like I would want done. And by me having this charge, or having those charges on my record, it's prevented me from having the opportunity to have several real good jobs that would financially able me to, live a good life. And I was just seeking to try to get all my rights back because, like I say, that was 44 years ago. I hadn't been in any trouble since. And I have taken on 3 and 4 jobs, working 2 and 3 jobs at a time, whereby I had an opportunity to have a couple of jobs, but that on my record kind of pretty well must stop me from doing it. Matter of fact, it caused me to lose a job. But anyway, I was interviewed for a TSA job out in Dallas, and that stopped me from that. And I was a chef at AT&T Stadium cooking for the Dallas Cowboys. And I worked there for a while, but once the background check came back, they had to let me go from that. And I was security there, and they let me go from that as well. And I just needed to see if the honorable board would just grant me the pardon in order for me to carry on. 63 years old, and I'm just looking to live my best, the rest of my days out, my best life.
Very well said. I don't have any more questions.
I got a couple. Do you still drink?
No.
I say that because you said you hadn't gotten in any more trouble since that offense, but I see some DWI.
Oh yeah, I was talking about the whole thing that's on my jacket because I was looking to just get the whole thing expunged. I was younger then and just like reckless. But as my mom say, when you know better, you're supposed to do better.
Right.
And I feel like I'm in that stage in my life now where I'm just ready, like I say, live my best life.
So your last DWI was in 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions? All right. I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Jefferson. Mr.
My vote is to grant with firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton. I concur with Mr. Tillis. Mr. Prater.
Grant without firearms.
Mr. Freeman.
Grant with firearms.
All right, my vote is to grant with the firearms. So you receive a unanimous vote to grant your application for pardon. The issue is with or without firearms. So you receive 4 votes with firearms. So that's the recommendation we'll make to the governor.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I had a question. Could I ask? What
Yes.
do I mean, does it just go? I mean, because before Mr. General was in office, and I don't know, I had one of the state representatives kind of pulling for me and talking to him, but we never could get him to sign it. So what am I waiting on now? Just for the governor to sign it, or do I have to do anything else? Or
We send it to the governor. There's no, he doesn't have a particular time period within which he's required to take action, except before he leaves office. So you just wait on the governor.
okay, then I really appreciate it, and thanks to the Honorable Pardon Board for your decision.
All right, Miss Elizabeth Thomas. You're still on mute.
Unmute. Hello.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
My name is Elizabeth Thomas. My current mailing address is 5259 FM 757 in Winona, Texas, 75792.
Thank you. And you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a conviction in Bossier Parish in January 2008. It was theft, middle grade theft. You received the 2-year sentence. All but 6 months was suspended, and you were placed on 4 years probation.
Yes.
That's okay.
That is correct.
Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her question?
So what brings you here today? Why do you want a pardon and why do you want firearms?
Well, thank you. Thank you guys so much for taking time to see me. Well, the firearm is not nearly as important to me because, that just came with the actual application. So I'm really not, I don't care, but if the firearm, but what brings me here today is, yes, I'm trying to seek a pardon from the governor because of my charges that I did receive in your state. I can't make up any excuses for what I did was wrong. Of course, I did take from, my employer at that time. At that time, my mom did pass, so I'm not going to make excuses. She had passed away, and it was upon, of the siblings to actually bear her because she didn't have a policy. So myself took it upon myself to take from my employer to help pay my portion of the burial expenses. But again, I realize that, of course, that was wrong, doing that. But now today, I'm just coming before you guys to definitely ask for a pardon from yourselves or the actual governor. Not just so I can seek better employment. Like I said, firearm is not, something that I'm really looking for. I just want, something, to clear my criminal record. I know that this particular pardon is not going to erase the actual conviction itself. I'm just here asking the committee to set this conviction aside and consider the pardon for me.
Okay, let me go back a little bit in your history here. It says you were charged at one time for carjacking and you pled guilty to the amended charge of simple robbery. And that was in 1995. You were given a deferred sentence and placed on 5-year supervised probation. In 1996, the probation was revoked and you were sentenced to 6 years at hard labor. You filed a request for early parole, which was granted in 1998. Your parole was revoked in 2001. You were given a good time supervision 2/7/2003, and the period of supervision ended eventually terminated on the full term date in 2004. So
I'm so sorry. No, I've never been convicted of a carjacking. Now, 1990, yeah, no, 1995. I do show my charge. I believe me. A lot of people have pulled my record. 1995. The only charge in 1995, and I don't even think it was 1995. Maybe it was a gun charge, a discharge of a gun charge. But no, I don't think that was me. I've never had a carjacking charge. Okay. I have had in 2003. I have had a a burglary where I was on probation, and that was in 2003, and that was with Cherokee County, which would have been in Henderson, Texas, which is Rusk County.
And you had a discharge of a firearm?
And that was back in 1995. But the carjacking, no, that's not me. I've never had a carjacking.
No, ma'am. For that, okay? No sense going on about this.
Have you ever wanted to do a carjacking?
No, sir. No,
that's
no.
There you go. that takes care of that one. Okay.
No, that's not me. I'm so sorry, but no, ma'am. I
No, I'm
can
not sorry. That would be a good thing if it's not you. So that's great.
Yes, no, ma'am. I can pretty much, because every job I apply for, you have to go through the FBI. And just recently, I'm trying to do fostering for foster kids, and they pull your entire record all the way back. And I have been on probation, yes, but like I said, that was for the burglary of a building, and I can go ahead and tell you that that was a mistake back in 2003, where my husband, I knew of what he was doing. He was doing criminal activity. I knew about it. They came to me and I actually got the charge, but I wasn't a part of it. I signed a statement against him, letting them know that, hey, I was aware. So of course, in Texas, you are actually a part of that crime. So even though I wasn't actually out there robbing and stealing, I knew what he was doing. And so they actually gave me that actual charge. And that, of course, was in 2003. But since this particular crime in 07 or 08 with you guys, no, I have had a clean record. Only thing that I can tell you that I might have is some minor tickets here and there. But of course, I have been utilizing community service. I have cleared up a lot of those tickets that I had back. This is way before your charges ever started, but nothing since you guys.
Okay. Well, all right. I don't have any other questions.
Can we check that though? the carjacking. I mean, yeah. I really don't want that to be on my record because that's not me. That's not me. That person is not me.
It's just an error on my part, okay?
Oh, okay, yeah. Great.
It's just an error on my part. And I apologize on my part, okay?
Thank you so very much.
No,
ma'am, I don't need a lot of additional things.
No, I picked up that sheet of paper accidentally, so my apologies.
All right, Ms. Thomas, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Ms. Stapleton?
Okay, so my vote today is going to be to grant you the pardon with restoration of arms.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
I grant without firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
Grant with firearms.
My vote today is to make the recommendation to grant the pardon with restoration of firearms. So on your behalf, we're going to make that recommendation to the governor. Good luck.
Great. Thank you guys so very much.
And concludes our business for today. We're going to adjourn at 1:59.
Oh, okay. Thank you.